Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The autumn of 2024 brought with it an unusual restlessness that I couldn't shake. At 26, I'd grown tired of the same old weekend routines that had defined my life for the past few years. My boyfriend Tony shared this sentiment, and we both yearned for something more adventurous than our typical Saturday afternoon spent browsing shops or watching movies. Living in the small town of Hartwell, Georgia, our options for excitement were limited, but the surrounding countryside offered endless possibilities for outdoor exploration. It was a crisp October morning when I decided to research hiking trails in our area. The leaves had begun their spectacular transformation, painting the landscape in brilliant shades of orange, red, and gold. Perfect hiking weather, I thought, as I scrolled through various outdoor websites and local forums. Most of the well-known trails were either too crowded or too tame for what we were seeking. We wanted something off the beaten path, somewhere we could truly disconnect from the world and immerse ourselves in nature. That's when I stumbled upon a mention of Morgan Road in an obscure hiking forum. The post was brief, almost dismissive. Morgan Road Trail, decent views, not for beginners, very rural. The lack of detailed information intrigued me. In our age of over-documentation, finding a trail with so little online presence felt like discovering a hidden treasure. I spent the next hour digging deeper, but information remained scarce. A few scattered references on county websites mentioned the area as undeveloped parkland, with warnings about uneven terrain and the absence of marked trails. The more I searched, the more curious I became. This seemed exactly like the kind of authentic, unspoiled hiking experience we were craving. The following day, I convinced Tony to drive out with me to scout the location. Morgan Road itself was a narrow, winding strip of weathered asphalt that seemed to lead nowhere important. We drove slowly, windows down, breathing in the crisp air that carried the earthy scent of decomposing leaves and damp soil. The road twisted through dense woods, past abandoned farmhouses and rusted mailboxes that stood like forgotten monuments to lives once lived. As we drove deeper into the rural area, civilization seemed to fade away. Cell phone towers disappeared from view, and the bars on our phones dwindled to nothing. The houses became fewer and farther between, until eventually we saw none at all. The forest pressed closer to the road, creating a tunnel of trees that filtered the sunlight into dancing patterns across our windshield. "This place gives me the creeps," Tony said, his hands gripping the steering wheel a little tighter than necessary. I understood what he meant. There was something about the isolation, the way the trees seemed to lean inward, that created an atmosphere of unease. But I was determined to find this trail. We drove for what felt like miles before we spotted what appeared to be a small parking area carved out of the forest. It was nothing more than a dirt clearing, barely large enough for 3 or 4 cars, with a weathered wooden post that might have once held a sign. The post stood empty now, its purpose lost to time and weather. "This has to be it," I said, though I wasn't entirely certain. There was no official trail marker, no helpful signs pointing the way, just a narrow path that disappeared into the thick woods beyond the parking area. We decided to do a quick reconnaissance mission that day, just to see if the trail was worth returning to with proper hiking gear. As soon as I stepped out of the car, I felt it. A strange sensation that something was fundamentally wrong with this place. The forest was too quiet. Even the usual sounds of birds and small animals seemed muted, as if the woods themselves were holding back. The air felt heavier here, thick with an oppressive quality that made each breath feel labored. I shook off the feeling, attributing it to the natural intimidation factor of being alone in such a remote location. After all, we were miles from the nearest house, completely cut off from cell service, surrounded by thousands of acres of untamed wilderness. The trail itself appeared well used, despite the lack of official recognition. The path was clearly defined, winding between massive oak and pine trees that towered overhead like ancient guardians. Fallen leaves carpeted the ground, creating a natural cushion that should have made our footsteps silent. Yet somehow every step seemed to echo through the forest with unnatural clarity. We walked for perhaps 15 minutes before deciding to turn back. The trail continued deeper into the woods, promising more discoveries, but something about the place urged caution. As we made our way back to the car, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Not by curious wildlife, but by something else entirely. Tony felt it too, though neither of us spoke about it during the drive home. It wasn't until we were safely back in town, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of civilization, that we finally addressed the elephant in the room. "That place felt weird, didn't it?" Tony said as we pulled into our driveway. I nodded, relieved that he had felt it too. But the trail looked beautiful, and the exercise would be good for us. We agreed to give it another chance. Perhaps our initial unease was simply the result of being somewhere so remote and unfamiliar. We planned to return the following weekend, properly equipped for a real hike. Saturday morning arrived gray and overcast, with a dampness in the air that suggested rain might be coming. Tony suggested we postpone our hike, but I was eager to explore the Morgan Road Trail properly. I had spent the week researching the area's history, learning that the land had once been home to several small communities that had slowly died out as younger generations moved to larger cities. We packed our hiking gear carefully: water bottles, energy bars, a first aid kit, and a map of the general area that I had printed from a county website. The map was frustratingly vague, showing Morgan Road as a thin line surrounded by vast expanses of green, marked simply as State Forest Land. The drive to the trailhead felt different this time. The same winding road, the same abandoned houses, but now everything seemed more ominous under the gray sky. The bare branches of the trees reached across the road like gnarled fingers, creating an archway of twisted limbs that blocked out what little sunlight managed to penetrate the cloud cover. When we arrived at the small parking area, we were surprised to find another car already there, a rust-stained pickup truck that looked like it hadn't been driven in years. Its tires were nearly flat, and weeds had grown up around the wheels, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. "Should we be concerned about that?" Tony asked, gesturing toward the truck. I examined it more closely. The license plate was so faded and dirty that I couldn't make out the numbers. The windows were fogged with condensation and grime, making it impossible to see inside. Probably just someone who broke down and left it here, I reasoned, though the sight of the abandoned vehicle added another layer of unease to an already unsettling place. As we prepared our gear, I became acutely aware of the silence surrounding us. No bird songs, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, no distant sounds of traffic or human activity. The quiet was so complete it felt almost oppressive, as if the forest were holding its breath in anticipation of something terrible. We began our hike with forced enthusiasm, determined to enjoy our outdoor adventure despite the ominous atmosphere. The trail was exactly as I remembered, well-defined but unofficial, winding through dense forest that seemed to grow thicker with each step we took away from the parking area. The path led us steadily upward, and I found myself breathing harder than expected. The air seemed thin, though we couldn't have gained more than a few hundred feet in elevation. My heart rate increased beyond what the mild exertion should have warranted, and I began to feel a persistent anxiety that I couldn't attribute to any rational cause. About 20 minutes into our hike, we encountered the first truly disturbing sight. Off to the left of the trail, barely visible through the trees, stood the remnants of what had once been a small building. The structure was mostly collapsed, with only a few walls still standing. Vines and undergrowth had claimed most of it, but enough remained to suggest it had been someone's home. "Want to check it out?" Tony asked, though his tone suggested he wasn't particularly eager to investigate. We pushed through the brush to get a closer look. The building had been abandoned for decades, possibly longer. The roof had caved in completely, and the floor was covered with rotting debris and fallen timbers. But what struck me most was the feeling of sadness that seemed to emanate from the ruins, a sense of lives interrupted, dreams abandoned. As we stood there examining the collapsed structure, I heard the first sound that broke the oppressive silence, a low creaking noise, like old wood straining under weight. We both froze, listening intently, but the sound didn't repeat. "Probably just the wind in the trees," Tony said, but his voice carried a note of uncertainty. We returned to the trail and continued our hike, but the discovery of the ruined building had shifted something in the atmosphere. The forest felt more hostile now, more actively unwelcoming. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rustling leaf sounded more threatening. The trail curved and twisted through the trees, making it impossible to see more than 50 feet ahead at any point. This created a constant sense of anticipation, as if something might be waiting around the next bend. My imagination began to run wild, conjuring images of what we might encounter in this remote, forgotten place. As we climbed higher, we came across more evidence of the area's abandoned past. Stone foundations poked through the forest floor like broken teeth. Rusted pieces of farm equipment lay scattered among the trees, slowly being consumed by rust and vegetation. An old well, its wooden cover long since rotted away, gaped like a dark mouth in the earth. Each discovery added to the growing sense that we were walking through a graveyard of human ambition. This place had once been alive with activity, families raising children, farmers working the land, communities building their futures. Now it was all returning to the wild, leaving behind only these melancholy reminders of what had been. The psychological effect was profound. I found myself thinking about the people who had once called this place home. What had driven them away? Economic hardship? Natural disaster? Or had there been something else, something that made this beautiful place uninhabitable? We had been hiking for about an hour when we reached what appeared to be the halfway point of the trail. A small clearing opened up ahead of us, offering the first break in the dense canopy we had encountered. The gray sky stretched overhead, heavy with the promise of rain. In the center of the clearing stood a single massive oak tree, its trunk easily 6 feet in diameter. The tree was ancient, its gnarled branches reaching out in all directions like arthritic arms. Deep grooves in the bark suggested it had weathered countless storms, survived decades of drought and flood, outlasted all the human settlements that had once surrounded it. But there was something wrong with the tree. As we approached, I realized that many of its branches were dead, creating a stark contrast between the living wood and the brittle gray limbs that extended like skeletal fingers into the overcast sky. The ground around the tree was bare of grass or undergrowth, as if nothing could thrive in its shadow. Tony walked up to the massive trunk and placed his hand against the bark. "This thing must be 200 years old," he said, his voice filled with awe. I hung back, unable to shake the feeling that the tree was somehow malevolent. Dead branches creaked overhead despite the absence of any wind, creating an unsettling symphony of groans and squeaks. The sound seemed almost like whispers, as if the tree were trying to communicate some ancient warning. It was then that I first felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. The feeling of being observed wasn't subtle or gradual. It hit me like a physical blow, so intense that I actually staggered backward. Every instinct I possessed screamed that something was studying us from the darkness between the trees, something that harbored ill intent toward any human foolish enough to venture into its domain. I spun around, scanning the tree line that surrounded the clearing, but saw nothing. The forest stared back at me with hundreds of dark spaces between the trunks, any one of which could have concealed a threat. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I was certain Tony could hear it. "We need to go," I said, my voice coming out as barely more than a whisper. Tony was still examining the ancient oak, running his hands over the deep furrows in its bark. "What's wrong?" he asked without turning around. "Something's watching us." That got his attention. He turned to face me, and I saw my own fear reflected in his eyes. He had felt it too. We stood there for a moment, both of us scanning the forest around us, waiting for some sign of movement or sound that would reveal the source of our unease. But the woods remained perfectly still, perfectly silent, offering no explanation for the terror that was rapidly consuming both of us. The silence itself became threatening. In a healthy forest, there should have been dozens of small sounds, Birds calling to each other, squirrels chattering, insects buzzing, leaves rustling in the breeze. Here, there was nothing. It was as if every living creature had fled the area, leaving us alone with whatever malevolent presence called this place home. "Let's keep moving," Tony said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Maybe we'll feel better once we're away from this clearing." We resumed our hike, but the sensation of being watched only intensified. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced that something was following us just outside the range of vision. The trail seemed to stretch endlessly ahead, winding deeper into a forest that grew more hostile with each step. The dead leaves beneath our feet, which had provided a pleasant cushion during our earlier exploration, now seemed treacherous. Every step produced a sound that echoed through the woods with startling clarity, announcing our presence to whatever was out there. I tried walking more quietly, but the forest floor seemed designed to betray our movements. About 15 minutes past the clearing, we encountered something that made my blood freeze in my veins. Fresh tracks in the soft earth beside the trail, but not from any animal I could identify. The impressions were roughly circular, about the size of dinner plates, and pressed deep into the ground as if made by something extremely heavy. Tony knelt beside the tracks, studying them with the focused attention of someone trying to solve a puzzle. "These don't look like anything I've ever seen," he said. "Too big for a bear, wrong shape for a deer, and look how deep they are." The tracks followed the trail for about 20 feet before veering off into the dense woods to our left. Whatever had made them was traveling in the same direction we were, but had chosen to leave the path and move through the forest itself. The thought of something large and unknown paralleling our route sent waves of panic through my nervous system. We pressed on, but every few minutes we would find more evidence of the creature's presence. Broken branches at a height that suggested something much taller than a human had passed through. Deep scratch marks on tree trunks, too high and too widely spaced to have been made by any normal forest animal. And always, that overwhelming sense of being observed by hostile eyes. The trail began to descend after another quarter mile, leading us into a small valley where the trees grew even thicker and the shadows seemed to have weight and substance. The temperature dropped noticeably, and our breath began to form small clouds in the suddenly frigid air. It was in this valley that we heard the first sound, a low rumbling noise like a distant avalanche or an enormous animal breathing. It came from somewhere ahead of us, but the thick trees made it impossible to determine the exact source or distance. The sound lasted for perhaps 10 seconds before fading into the oppressive silence. We both froze, straining to hear any repetition of the noise, but it didn't come again. The silence that followed seemed even more ominous than the sound itself, as if the forest were holding back, waiting to see what we would do. "What the hell was that?" Tony whispered. I had no answer. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard. Too deep and resonant to be human. Too controlled and purposeful to be a natural phenomenon like rockfall or wind through the trees. It had sounded almost like breathing, but breathing on a scale that suggested something enormous. We stood there for several minutes, neither of us willing to admit that we were terrified, both of us hoping the other would suggest turning back. The trail continued downward into the valley, disappearing around a bend where the trees grew so thick they formed an almost solid wall of trunks and shadows. "Maybe we should head back," I finally said, trying to keep my voice steady. Tony nodded quickly, clearly relieved that I had voiced what we were both thinking. "Yeah, I think we've seen enough for today." But as we turned to retrace our steps, we heard it again. The same low rumbling, but this time it came from behind us, from the direction we had just traveled. Whatever was making the sound had moved, positioning itself between us and the way back to our car. The realization hit us both simultaneously. We were trapped. Panic threatened to overwhelm rational thought as we stood frozen in the middle of the trail, acutely aware that our escape route had been cut off. The rumbling sound from behind us had lasted longer this time, perhaps 15 seconds, and had carried a note of what could only be described as satisfaction, as if whatever was making it was pleased with our predicament. "We need to stay calm," Tony said, though his voice betrayed the fear he was trying to hide. "There has to be another way out of here." I pulled out the crude map we had brought, but it offered little help. The area was marked as a vast expanse of forest, with no indication of alternate trails or roads. For all we knew, we could wander in these woods for days without finding civilization. The temperature continued to drop, and I realized that our light hiking clothes would offer little protection if we were forced to spend the night outdoors. The gray sky had grown darker, threatening rain that would make our situation even more dire. We decided to continue forward, hoping the trail would eventually loop back to the parking area or connect with another path. Moving felt better than standing still, and at least we were putting distance between ourselves and whatever was behind us. The descent into the valley continued for another 10 minutes before the trail leveled out. Here the forest floor was marshy and soft, with standing water in several places that forced us to pick our way carefully along the edges of the path. The air smelled of decay and stagnant water, adding another layer of unpleasantness to our already nightmarish situation. It was in this swampy section that we encountered the most disturbing evidence yet of the creature's presence. A tree had been completely uprooted and lay across our path, its massive root system exposed and dripping with dark soil. The oak had to have been at least 80 feet tall and several feet in diameter, far too large for any known animal to move. But moved, it had been. The tree lay perpendicular to the trail, blocking our way forward. Deep gouges in the earth showed where something had gripped the trunk and literally torn it from the ground. The gouges were spaced wide apart, suggesting fingers or claws of enormous size. No animal did this, Tony said, his voice barely audible. Nothing in these woods is strong enough to uproot a tree this size. We climbed over the fallen giant, our hands coming away sticky with sap and covered in bark fragments. On the other side, we found more tracks in the soft mud, the same circular impressions we had seen before, but deeper here, as if the creature had paused to watch us struggle over the obstacle it had created. The psychological warfare was becoming apparent. Whatever was stalking us wanted us to know it was there, wanted us to understand that we were completely at its mercy. It could have attacked us at any point during our hike, but instead it chose to toy with us, to build our terror to unbearable levels before making its final move. We pressed on through the swampy valley, our feet squelching in the mud, our clothes becoming soaked with moisture from the overhanging branches. The trail remained clearly defined despite the challenging terrain, suggesting that whatever entity controlled this place wanted travelers to continue deeper into its domain. After what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, we began to climb out of the valley. The ground became firmer, the trees less dense, and I allowed myself to hope that we might find a way out of this nightmare. That hope was shattered when we crested the rise and found ourselves looking down at a sight that defied explanation. Spread out before us was what had once been a small town, or what remained of it. Perhaps 20 buildings in various stages of collapse dotted the landscape, connected by overgrown streets that were barely visible beneath decades of vegetation. But it was the way the town had been destroyed that filled me with terror. The buildings hadn't simply fallen to neglect and weather. They had been systematically demolished, torn apart by something with incredible strength and obvious malice. Roofs had been peeled off like can lids. Walls had been punched through, leaving gaping holes that revealed the dark interiors beyond. Cars sat crushed in driveways, flattened as if by enormous fists. "God help us," Tony whispered, and for the first time since this ordeal began, I heard genuine despair in his voice. We stood at the edge of this devastated community, trying to process what we were seeing. The destruction was decades old. Vegetation had grown through the wreckage, and rust had claimed most of the metal surfaces. But the violence of the demolition was still clearly evident. This place had been attacked by something that harbored pure hatred for human habitation. Every building showed signs of rage-fueled destruction, as if the attacker had taken personal offense at the very existence of civilization in its territory. From somewhere within the ruined town came a new sound, a rhythmic scraping, like massive claws dragging across stone. The sound moved from building to building, getting closer to our position with each repetition. "Run," I said, the word coming out as barely more than a breath. "Run," Tony agreed, and we turned and fled back the way we had come. Our retreat was a panicked sprint through terrain that seemed designed to slow us down. The marshy valley that had been merely unpleasant during our careful advance became a hellish obstacle course as we raced through it with abandon. We splashed through standing water, stumbled over hidden roots, and tore our clothes on thorny underbrush. Behind us, the scraping sound grew louder, accompanied now by what could only be described as footsteps, massive impacts that shook the ground beneath our feet. Whatever was pursuing us was no longer content to remain hidden. It was coming, and it was coming fast. We reached the fallen tree and scrambled over it with desperate haste, not caring about the cuts and scratches we received from the splintered bark. The sounds of pursuit echoed through the forest behind us, but we didn't dare look back. The uphill climb that had seemed so manageable during our descent now felt like scaling a mountain. Our legs burned with exertion, our lungs screamed for air, but the terror of what was behind us drove us forward. Somehow, miraculously, we reached the ancient oak in the clearing. From there, it was a straight shot to the parking area, but we were both exhausted and our pace had slowed considerably. It was then that we heard the most terrifying sound of all: silence. Our pursuer had stopped chasing us. We could no longer hear the massive footsteps or the scraping claws. The forest had returned to its unnatural quiet, but somehow this was worse than being actively pursued. At least when we could hear it, we knew where it was. We covered the final stretch to the parking area in a state of constant terror, expecting at any moment to feel enormous claws tear into our backs, but we reached our car unmolested and threw ourselves inside, locking the doors as if that would provide any real protection. Tony's hands shook so violently he could barely get the key into the ignition, but eventually the engine roared to life. We drove away from that place faster than was safe on the winding road, neither of us speaking until we were well clear of the forest. It wasn't until we were back in town, surrounded by the comfortable familiarity of civilization, that we finally began to process what had happened to us. "We're never going back there," Tony said as we sat in our driveway, both of us still trembling from the experience. I nodded emphatically. Never. But even as I made that promise, I knew it wasn't true. Something about that place had gotten into my head, had planted a seed of obsession that would grow in the days to come. I was terrified of Morgan Road and whatever called it home, but I was also inexplicably drawn to it. The encounter had changed something fundamental about my relationship with the natural world. I had always found comfort in forests and wilderness areas, but now I understood that not all wild places were benign. Some harbored things that predated human civilization, things that viewed our very existence as an intrusion to be violently corrected. Over the following weeks, I found myself researching the history of the area obsessively. I scoured old newspaper archives, property records, and historical documents, looking for any explanation for what we had encountered. What I found only deepened the mystery and increased my obsession with returning to solve it. The weeks following our terrifying experience on Morgan Road were marked by sleepless nights and an obsession that consumed my every waking moment. I had always been a rational person, someone who believed in logical explanations for seemingly inexplicable events. But what we had encountered in those woods defied every attempt at rational analysis. Tony had the opposite reaction. He wanted to forget the entire experience, to pretend it had never happened. He refused to discuss what we had seen and heard, changing the subject whenever I brought it up. When I showed him the research I had been conducting, he walked away without looking at the documents I had spread across our kitchen table. "Let it go," he said repeatedly. "We got out alive. That's all that matters." But I couldn't let it go. The memory of that place haunted me, filling my mind with questions that demanded answers. What had we encountered in those woods? What had destroyed the abandoned town so violently? And why did I feel such an overwhelming compulsion to return? My research had yielded disturbing results. The area around Morgan Road had a long history of unexplained disappearances and strange encounters dating back to the early 1800s. Settlers had reported attacks by an unknown creature. Entire families had vanished without a trace, and even the Cherokee who had originally inhabited the region had considered the area cursed. The pattern was consistent across 2 centuries. People would venture into the woods and either never return or come back telling stories of an enormous, malevolent presence that seemed to guard the forest against human intrusion. Most of these accounts had been dismissed as folklore or the result of encounters with bears or other large wildlife, but the consistency of the descriptions suggested something more. I found old newspaper clippings describing the evacuation of several small communities in the area during the 1930s. The official explanation was economic hardship caused by the Great Depression, but witness accounts spoke of something else entirely. Families fleeing in the middle of the night, buildings found demolished for no apparent reason, and a pervasive fear that had gripped the entire region. One particularly disturbing account came from a survivor interviewed by a local newspaper in 1938. An elderly woman named Dorothy Winters described the final days of the community that would later be known simply as the Ghost Town. "It started with the sounds," she had told the reporter. "Terrible sounds in the night, like nothing you ever heard. Then things started getting torn up. Barns, houses, anything people had built. We all knew what was doing it, but nobody wanted to say it out loud. There's something in those woods that doesn't want people around, and it's strong enough to enforce its will." The interview had ended with a chilling warning. Don't go looking for that place. Some things are better left alone. Despite these warnings, or perhaps because of them, my desire to return to Morgan Road only grew stronger. I told myself I needed closure, that I needed to understand what we had encountered. But deep down, I knew it was something more primal than curiosity that was driving me back to that cursed place. Tony's resistance to any discussion of returning created tension in our relationship. He could see the effect the place was having on me, the way it was consuming my thoughts and affecting my sleep. He tried to be supportive, but his fear of that place was absolute. "You're obsessing over this," he said during one of our increasingly frequent arguments about the subject. "It's not healthy. Whatever was out there, we escaped from it. Why can't you just be grateful for that?" But gratitude wasn't what I felt. I felt incomplete, as if I had left part of myself in those dark woods. The experience had opened a door in my mind that I couldn't close, revealing aspects of reality that I had never imagined existed. 3 weeks after our first encounter, I made a decision that would prove to be the most foolish of my life. I was going back to Morgan Road, with or without Tony. "You're making a mistake," he said when I told him of my plans. "A potentially fatal mistake." "I need to know what's out there," I replied. "I need to understand what we saw." To my surprise, after a long night of discussion and argument, Tony agreed to come with me, not because he shared my obsession, but because he was terrified of what might happen if I went alone. "If we're going to do this," he said, "we do it right. We bring proper equipment, we stick together, and at the first sign of trouble, we leave immediately." We spent the next few days preparing for our return trip. We purchased a GPS device, extra flashlights, a first aid kit, and a camping knife that Tony insisted on carrying despite my protests that it would be useless against whatever we had encountered. I also convinced Tony that we should document our experience this time. I brought a digital camera and planned to take photographs of anything unusual we encountered. If something happened to us, at least there would be evidence of what we had found. The night before our planned return, I experienced the most vivid and terrifying dream of my life. I was standing in the clearing with the ancient oak, but this time I wasn't alone. Something massive moved in the shadows between the trees, circling me with deliberate menace. I couldn't see it clearly, but I could feel its hatred like a physical force, pressing against me from all sides. In the dream, the dead branches of the oak began to move, reaching down toward me with gnarled fingers. The rumbling sound we had heard in the forest grew louder, resolving into something that might have been words in a language older than human civilization. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat, with Tony shaking me awake. It took several minutes for me to convince myself that I was safe in our bedroom, that the nightmare hadn't been real. "This is a sign," Tony said. "Your subconscious is trying to tell you not to go back there." But I was beyond listening to reason. The dream had only intensified my need to return, to confront whatever was waiting for us in those woods. I was convinced that the entity was calling to me, drawing me back for some purpose I couldn't yet understand. The following morning dawned gray and overcast, with a light drizzle that created perfect conditions for our return journey. The weather seemed to mirror my mood, dark, uncertain, but charged with potential. As we drove toward Morgan Road for the second time, I felt none of the casual excitement that had characterized our first trip. This time, we both knew what we were walking into. The question wasn't whether we would encounter the presence again, but whether we would survive the meeting. The abandoned pickup truck was still there when we arrived, exactly as we had left it 3 weeks earlier. If anything, it looked even more derelict, with additional rust stains marking its deteriorating body and more weeds growing up around its sagging tires. The sight of it served as a tangible reminder that others had come to this place and never left. We sat in our car for several minutes, both of us gathering the courage to step out into that oppressive atmosphere once again. The forest around the parking area seemed different this time, more watchful, more actively hostile. Even through the closed windows of our vehicle, I could feel the weight of unseen eyes studying our every movement. "Last chance to change your mind," Tony said, his hand resting on the gear shifter. I was tempted. Every rational part of my mind screamed at me to tell him to drive away, to forget about this cursed place and never return. But the obsession that had consumed me for the past 3 weeks was stronger than my fear. "We came here for answers," I said. "We're not leaving without them." We gathered our equipment and stepped out into the thick, humid air. The silence that greeted us was even more complete than I remembered. Not just the absence of sound, but something that seemed to actively suppress noise. Our footsteps on the gravel seemed muffled, as if the very atmosphere were absorbing the sound waves before they could travel more than a few feet. The trail beckoned us forward, disappearing into the shadows between the trees, just as it had 3 weeks ago. But this time, I noticed details that had escaped my attention during our first visit. The trees closest to the parking area bore scars, deep gouges in the bark that suggested massive claws had marked them as territorial boundaries. We began our hike with grim determination, both of us acutely aware that we were walking into extreme danger. The path was exactly as we remembered it, but our perception of it had been forever altered by our previous experience. What had once seemed like a pleasant forest trail now felt like a gauntlet, each step taking us deeper into the domain of something that wanted us dead. The first disturbing discovery came within 10 minutes of starting our hike. Fresh tracks in the soft earth beside the trail. The same circular impressions we had seen before, but these were recent. Whatever had made them had passed this way within the last day or two, long after our previous visit. "It knows we're coming back," Tony whispered, and I knew he was right. The entity had been waiting for our return, patrolling the area in anticipation of our arrival. The thought that it had been expecting us filled me with a terror so profound that I almost turned around and fled immediately. But I forced myself to continue forward, driven by the obsession that had brought me back to this place despite every rational argument against it. I needed to see the creature that had been haunting my dreams for 3 weeks. I needed to look into the face of whatever ancient evil called these woods home. We pressed on through the forest, our senses hyper-alert for any sign of the presence we knew was out there. Every shadow could have concealed a threat. Every rustling leaf might have announced our stalker's approach. The psychological pressure was enormous, like walking through a minefield where any step could trigger an explosion. As we approached the clearing with the ancient oak, we heard it for the first time, the sound that would haunt me for the rest of my life. It started as a distant wailing, like wind through a canyon or the cry of some enormous bird. But as we listened, the sound resolved into something far more disturbing. It was a vocalization, but not from any creature that belonged in the natural world. The tone was too deep, too resonant, and it carried emotions that no animal should have been capable of expressing. Rage, hatred, and underneath it all, a kind of hungry anticipation that suggested the creature was looking forward to what was about to happen. "We need to go back," Tony said, grabbing my arm, "right now." But I shook him off, compelled to move forward despite every instinct screaming at me to flee. The sound had confirmed what I had suspected for weeks. We were dealing with something that possessed intelligence, something that was actively malevolent rather than simply defensive. The clearing opened up before us, and there was the massive oak tree, its dead branches reaching toward the gray sky like the arms of a skeleton. But this time, we weren't alone in the clearing. Something massive moved in the shadows at the far edge of the open space, just beyond the range of clear vision. I caught glimpses of it, a hint of enormous size, a suggestion of movement too fluid and purposeful to be natural. But every time I tried to focus on it directly, it seemed to fade back into the darkness between the trees. The creature was toying with us, allowing us to see just enough to know it was there, while denying us a clear view of what we were facing. The psychological effect was devastating. My imagination filled in the details that my eyes couldn't capture, creating images far more terrifying than reality could possibly be. The wailing sound came again, closer this time, and I realized it was coming from directly above us. Something enormous was moving through the canopy overhead, traveling from tree to tree with impossible agility for something of its apparent size. Branches creaked and swayed as it passed, and I caught brief glimpses of a dark shape against the gray sky. Whatever it was following us, paralleling our movement while remaining just out of sight. "Oh God," Tony breathed. "It's hunting us." The realization hit both of us simultaneously. This wasn't a chance encounter or a territorial display. The creature had been waiting for our return, and now it was actively stalking us through its domain. We weren't visitors in its territory. We were prey. The hunting behavior of the creature became unmistakably clear as we stood frozen in the clearing. Above us, massive branches continued to sway as something of incredible size moved through the canopy with predatory grace. The dead limbs of the ancient oak creaked ominously, as if the tree itself were warning us of the danger descending from above. I raised my camera, desperate to capture some evidence of what we were facing, but my hands were shaking so violently that I couldn't hold it steady. Through the viewfinder, I caught fractured glimpses of something dark and massive moving between the leaves, but every shot came out blurred and indistinct. The wailing sound erupted again, so close this time that it seemed to come from directly overhead. The volume was overwhelming, a subsonic roar that I felt in my bones as much as heard with my ears. The sound waves seemed to compress the air around us, making it difficult to breathe. Tony grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the trail that led deeper into the forest. "We can't stay here in the open," he shouted over the creature's vocalizations. "It has too much advantage in the clearing." We ran toward the tree line, but as we reached the edge of the forest, the creature's hunting cry changed. The wailing became higher in pitch, more urgent, and I realized with growing horror that it was calling to something else. There was more than one of them. An answering call came from the direction we had traveled, cutting off our retreat to the parking area. A third vocalization echoed from the forest ahead, blocking our advance. We were surrounded. "The ruins," I gasped, pointing toward the trail that led to the destroyed town we had discovered during our first visit. "Maybe we can find shelter there." It was a desperate plan, but it was the only option left to us. We plunged into the woods, following the narrow trail as the hunting calls of multiple creatures echoed through the forest around us. The sound was coordinated, purposeful, like a pack of wolves communicating during a hunt. But these weren't wolves. The sheer volume and depth of the vocalizations suggested creatures of enormous size, and their intelligence was evident in the way they were herding us toward whatever trap they had prepared. The trail descended into the marshy valley, and I found myself grateful for the terrain we had cursed during our first visit. The soft ground and standing water would slow down anything pursuing us on foot, giving us a slight advantage despite our smaller size. But as we splashed through the marsh, I realized that the creatures weren't following us on the ground. The hunting calls continued to come from above, and I could see the canopy swaying as massive forms moved through the treetops with unnatural speed. They were herding us like sheep, driving us toward a destination of their choosing while maintaining their position above our heads. Every time we tried to deviate from the main trail, a bone-chilling roar would erupt from the forest in our intended direction, forcing us back onto the path. We reached the fallen tree that had blocked our way during the first visit, but this time it had been moved. The massive oak now lay parallel to the trail rather than across it, creating a natural corridor that funneled us toward the ruined town ahead. "They're directing us," Tony panted as we ran past the relocated tree. "This is all planned." The realization that we were being driven toward a specific destination filled me with despair. Whatever intelligence controlled these creatures had been preparing for our return, laying traps and ensuring that we would end up exactly where it wanted us. As we climbed out of the valley, the destroyed town came into view once again. But this time I noticed something that had escaped my attention during our panicked retreat weeks earlier. The destruction wasn't random. It followed a pattern that created clear sightlines from the forest to the center of the town. The creatures had demolished the buildings in such a way that nothing could approach the heart of the settlement without being observed from multiple vantage points in the surrounding woods. It was a killing ground, carefully designed to eliminate any humans who might venture into their territory. We reached the edge of the town and paused, both of us recognizing the tactical disadvantage of entering the open space. But the hunting calls behind us were getting closer, and we could hear the sound of massive bodies crashing through the underbrush. "The church," Tony said, pointing to a stone building near the center of town that appeared to be the only structure with its roof still intact. "If we can reach it, we might be able to defend ourselves." We sprinted across the overgrown streets, dodging through the ruins of houses and businesses that had once sheltered families and supported a thriving community. The destruction was even more horrific when viewed up close. Walls had been torn apart by claws the size of swords, roofs had been peeled off and hurled aside like paper, and the twisted remains of vehicles lay scattered throughout the area like broken toys. Behind us, the forest erupted with sound as our pursuers emerged from the tree line. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear multiple massive forms crashing through the ruins, their hunting calls now replaced by sounds of pure rage and bloodlust. We reached the church and threw ourselves against the heavy wooden doors, expecting them to be locked or barred, but they swung open easily as if someone had prepared for our arrival. We tumbled inside and slammed the doors shut behind us, throwing the heavy iron bar that secured them from the inside. The interior of the church was a scene of desecration that defied description. The pews had been torn from their mountings and hurled against the walls. The altar had been smashed to pieces, and what remained of the stained glass windows cast broken rainbows across the debris-strewn floor. But it was the walls that truly revealed the nature of what we were facing. Deep gouges scarred every surface, creating patterns that might have been a language or simply the mindless destruction of something driven by pure hatred for human civilization. Outside, the hunting calls had stopped. An ominous silence settled over the ruined town, broken only by the sound of our labored breathing and the thundering of our hearts. Whatever was out there was no longer announcing its presence. It was preparing for the final assault. Through the broken windows, I could see massive shadows moving between the ruins. They were surrounding the church, cutting off any possibility of escape. We were trapped in exactly the position they had intended, and now they were taking their time, savoring our terror before moving in for the kill. "This is it," Tony whispered. "This is where we die." I wanted to contradict him, to offer some hope of escape or rescue, but I knew he was right. We had walked into a carefully laid trap, and now we were going to pay the ultimate price for our curiosity about things that should have been left alone. The attack, when it came, would be swift and merciless, but first they wanted us to understand the full scope of our helplessness, to experience the complete terror of facing something far beyond human comprehension. The silence stretched on, becoming more oppressive with each passing second, until I thought I might scream just to break the tension. And then, finally, we saw them. They emerged from the ruins around the church like nightmares made flesh. And for the first time, we saw our tormentors clearly. They were enormous, at least 12 feet tall when upright, but they moved with a hunched, predatory gait that brought their massive shoulders closer to the ground. Their bodies were covered in coarse, dark fur that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, making them appear as walking shadows against the gray afternoon sky. But it was their faces that filled me with the most profound terror I had ever experienced. They possessed a grotesque intelligence, with eyes that burned with malevolent purpose, and features that seemed almost human in their arrangement, but utterly alien in their proportions. These weren't simple beasts defending their territory. They were something far worse, creatures that understood exactly what they were doing and took pleasure in human suffering. 3 of them surrounded the church, moving with coordinated precision that spoke of countless previous hunts. They communicated with each other through low growls and snarls that carried meaning beyond simple animal vocalizations. This was a language, crude but effective, developed by minds that had spent decades or perhaps centuries perfecting the art of terrorizing and destroying human settlements. The largest of the three approached the front doors of the church and tested them with a gentle push that nevertheless sent vibrations through the entire structure. The heavy wooden barrier that had seemed so protective moments before now felt as substantial as tissue paper against something with the strength to uproot full-grown trees. Through the broken windows, I could see the other two creatures taking positions at the side and rear of the building, cutting off any possible escape routes. They were in no hurry. They had all the time in the world to conduct their methodical execution of the two humans foolish enough to invade their domain. The alpha creature, for that's clearly what the largest one was, began to speak. The words were in no language I had ever heard, harsh and guttural, but somehow I understood their meaning. It was taunting us, explaining in excruciating detail what they intended to do to us, how they would make our deaths last for hours, how they would ensure that our final moments would be filled with unimaginable agony. Tony was hyperventilating beside me, his face pale and his hands shaking uncontrollably. "This can't be real," he kept whispering. "This can't be happening." But it was real, more real than anything I had ever experienced. The creatures outside weren't figments of imagination or misidentified wildlife. They were living manifestations of primal evil, beings that existed for no purpose other than to inflict suffering on anything that dared to enter their realm. The Alpha began to test the doors more aggressively, each impact sending shock waves through the building and causing ancient mortar to rain down from the stone walls. I realized that the iron bar securing the entrance wouldn't hold for more than a few minutes against something with that much strength and determination. It was then that I noticed something that offered a glimmer of hope. In the far corner of the church, partially hidden behind the destroyed altar, was what appeared to be a narrow staircase leading downward. It might have been access to a basement or crypt. Either way, it could provide temporary shelter while we tried to find another way out. "There," I whispered to Tony, pointing toward the stairs. "We need to get down there before they break through." We crawled across the debris-strewn floor, trying to stay below the sight lines of the broken windows. Outside, the Alpha creature had been joined by one of its companions, and they were now working together to batter down the doors. Each impact was stronger than the last, and I could hear the wood beginning to splinter. The staircase was narrow and steep, carved directly into the stone foundation of the church. We descended into complete darkness, using our flashlights to illuminate the way ahead. The basement was small and cramped, clearly intended for storage rather than habitation, but it offered something the church above did not: multiple exits. Ancient storm doors at the far end of the basement led to an outside stairwell that emerged behind the church, hopefully beyond the immediate sight of our attackers. It was a desperate chance, but it was the only opportunity we were likely to get. Above us, the sound of splintering wood announced that the creatures had succeeded in breaking through the main doors. Heavy footsteps shook the floor overhead as they entered the church, and we could hear them moving around searching for their prey. When they discovered we were no longer in the main sanctuary, their roars of rage were so loud they seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. They knew we had found another way out, and they were furious at being denied their anticipated entertainment. Tony and I worked frantically to open the storm doors, but years of neglect had rusted the hinges solid. We threw our combined weight against them, and finally, with a screech of protesting metal, they gave way. We emerged into the gray afternoon light behind the church and found ourselves in an overgrown cemetery that stretched for several acres behind the building. Ancient headstones tilted at crazy angles among the weeds and undergrowth, marking the graves of people who had lived and died in this doomed community decades ago. The forest loomed beyond the cemetery, and we could see movement among the trees as more creatures emerged to join the hunt. We were outnumbered and outmatched, but we had one advantage. We knew these woods, having traveled through them twice before. We ran between the tilting headstones, using them as cover while we tried to reach the tree line. Behind us, The creatures burst from the church with roars of rage that echoed across the ruined town like thunder. They had been denied their planned execution, and their fury was absolute. But their anger made them careless. Instead of coordinating their pursuit, they scattered in different directions, each one determined to be the first to recapture their escaped prey. This gave us the opportunity we needed to reach the forest before they could organize an effective response. We plunged into the woods, no longer following any trail but simply running in what we hoped was the direction of our car. Branches tore at our clothes and faces, and roots tried to trip us with every step, but we pressed on, driven by the certain knowledge that stopping meant death. Behind us, the hunting calls resumed as the creatures attempted to coordinate their pursuit through the dense forest. But the undergrowth that slowed us down proved even more challenging for beings of their enormous size, and gradually the sounds of pursuit began to fade. We ran for what felt like hours, crashing through the forest without any clear sense of direction, until finally we burst from the tree line and found ourselves on Morgan Road, less than a quarter-mile from the parking area where our car waited. We had never been so grateful to see our vehicle as we were in that moment. We threw ourselves inside and Tony gunned the engine, spinning the tires as we accelerated away from that cursed place as fast as the winding road would allow. It wasn't until we were back in town, surrounded by the lights and sounds of civilization, that we finally allowed ourselves to believe we had escaped. We sat in our driveway for a long time, neither of us speaking, both of us trying to process what we had experienced. "No one will believe us," Tony finally said. He was right. The photographs I had taken were all blurred and indistinct, offering no proof of what we had encountered. Our testimony would be dismissed as hallucination or hoax, and the creatures would continue to guard their territory in secret, waiting for the next group of unwary hikers to venture into their domain. But we knew the truth. We had seen the face of something that existed beyond the boundaries of the natural world, something that had claimed those woods as its own and would defend them with lethal force against any human intrusion. 2 months have passed since our final encounter on Morgan Road, and we have kept our promise never to return. But the experience has changed us both in fundamental ways. We can no longer enjoy hiking in remote areas, can no longer feel comfortable in the deep woods, because we know what might be waiting in the shadows between the trees. Sometimes late at night I still hear those hunting calls in my dreams, and sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear them carried on the air from the direction of Morgan Road, reminding me that some places in this world are not meant for human visitation. The creatures are still out there, still waiting, still guarding their ancient territory against intrusion. And God help anyone foolish enough to ignore the warnings and venture into their domain, because they will find no mercy in those dark woods where civilization goes to die. The abandoned pickup truck is probably still sitting in that parking area, slowly rusting away like a monument to human curiosity and the terrible price it sometimes demands. It serves as a warning to anyone wise enough to heed it. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some trails are better left unexplored. Morgan Road remains on the maps, but as far as I'm concerned, it leads nowhere anyone should ever want to go. I remember every detail from that autumn day in 1987 when I was 11 years old, though I wish I could forget. The memory surfaces at the most unexpected moments, triggered by the smallest things. Just last Tuesday, while driving through the Riverside Tunnel on my way to pick up groceries for dinner, my car radio cut to static. That familiar white noise filled the vehicle, and suddenly I was transported back 36 years to a day that changed everything I thought I knew about reality. The static in that tunnel wasn't just any ordinary interference. It carried the same metallic undertone, the same irregular crackling pattern that had emerged from my walkie-talkie all those years ago. My hands gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white and cold sweat beaded on my forehead despite the warm October evening. The grocery run could wait. I pulled over at the first exit and sat in a gas station parking lot, trying to slow my racing heartbeat. You see, I used to be an avid outdoorsman. As a child, I spent every possible moment exploring the dense woodlands behind our family property. Those forests were my sanctuary, my playground, my whole world. But after what happened that October afternoon in 1987, I found excuses to stay indoors. Even now, as a 47-year-old man with a mortgage and responsibilities, I avoid hiking trails and camping trips. My wife thinks it's because I've grown soft with age and office work. She has no idea about the real reason. The woods behind my childhood home stretched for miles, connecting to state forest land that seemed to go on forever. My family owned 12 acres of it, and beyond our property line lay thousands more acres of untamed wilderness. Pine trees towered overhead like ancient guardians, their branches so thick they blocked out most of the sunlight even at midday. The forest floor was carpeted with decades of fallen needles, creating a soft, silent surface that muffled every footstep. On quiet days, you could hear your own breathing echo in the spaces between the trees. I had been exploring those woods since I was 7, always with my best friend Vincent. We had been inseparable since kindergarten, 2 kids who shared an obsession with military tactics and survival stories. Our parents thought it was just a phase, harmless boyhood games that would pass with time. They had no way of knowing that our make-believe adventures would lead us into something that defied explanation. That particular Saturday started like any other autumn weekend. The leaves had turned brilliant shades of orange and crimson, creating a canopy so beautiful it looked like something from a postcard. Vincent had slept over the night before, and we woke up early, eager to continue our ongoing military simulation game. We had spent weeks preparing for this mission, gathering equipment and planning our strategy with the seriousness of actual soldiers. Our gear was impressive for 2 11-year-olds. We each carried military surplus backpacks filled with supplies, energy bars, water bottles, first aid kits, and compass. Vincent's older brother had given us a pair of Motorola walkie-talkies for Christmas, the kind with a 3-mile range and crystal-clear reception. We wore camouflage clothing purchased from the local Army surplus store, complete with face paint that made us feel like real commandos. The plan was simple. I would venture deep into the woods and establish a hidden position, while Vincent attempted to track and capture me. We had played variations of this game dozens of times, but never this far from the house. Today, we decided to push deeper into the forest than we had ever gone before, into sections where the trees grew so thick that the canopy blocked out the sky completely. My mother packed us a lunch and reminded us to stay together, to check in every hour using the walkie-talkies, and to be back before dark. She had always been protective, but she trusted Vincent and me to look out for each other. We had never given her reason to worry before. We promised to be careful and headed out through the back door, military packs bouncing on our shoulders as we jogged toward the tree line. The morning air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of decomposing leaves and pine sap. Squirrels chattered in the branches above us, and in the distance we could hear the sound of a woodpecker working on a dead oak tree. Everything felt normal, peaceful even. There was no indication that this day would be any different from the countless others we had spent playing in these woods. Vincent and I reviewed our strategy one final time at the edge of the forest. I would have a 15-minute head start to find a hiding spot and radio my position using coded language we had developed. Then Vincent would begin his hunt, trying to locate and capture me before sunset. The rules were clear. Stay within a half-mile radius of the house, check in every 30 minutes, and abort the mission if either of us felt unsafe. We synchronized our watches, tested our radios one last time, and clasped hands in our secret handshake. "Good hunting," Vincent said with a grin. "You too," I replied, already planning my route into the deepest part of the woods. I ran through the forest with the confidence of someone who knew every tree, every rock, every hidden path. The woods had been my second home for years, and I could navigate them blindfolded. But as I pushed deeper than ever before, the familiar landscape began to change. The trees grew larger and closer together, their trunks so thick that it would take 3 people holding hands to encircle them. The canopy overhead became denser, filtering the afternoon sunlight into thin, ghostly beams that barely illuminated the forest floor. The silence was the first thing I noticed. In the outer sections of the woods, there was always sound. Birds calling, insects buzzing, small animals rustling through the underbrush. But here, in this deeper section, an oppressive quiet hung in the air like a heavy blanket. Even my footsteps seemed muted, absorbed by the thick carpet of pine needles beneath my feet. I found the perfect hiding spot, a massive oak tree with low-hanging branches that formed a natural ladder. The tree was ancient, its trunk scarred with decades of weather and animal marks. I climbed 20 feet up and settled onto a thick branch that was easily wide enough to support my weight. From this vantage point, I could see in all directions while remaining completely hidden behind the oak's broad trunk. The view from up there was both beautiful and unsettling. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction, an unbroken sea of green and brown that seemed to swallow the horizon. I had never realized just how vast these woods were, how easy it would be to become completely lost in their depths. For the first time, I felt small and vulnerable, like a tiny speck in an enormous, indifferent wilderness. I pulled out my walkie-talkie and switched it to our predetermined channel. The digital display showed strong signal strength, and I could hear the faint background static that indicated the radio was working properly. According to my watch, I had been in position for exactly 15 minutes. It was time to make contact with Vincent and begin the real game. Eagle Base, this is Recon 1. I whispered into the radio using our military call signs. I'm in position and ready for pursuit. Over. I waited for Vincent's response but heard only the normal background static. This wasn't unusual. Sometimes the radios took a few seconds to transmit clearly through the dense forest. I tried again, speaking a little louder. Eagle Base, do you copy? This is Recon 1 requesting confirmation. Over. Still nothing but static. I checked the channel setting and battery level, both of which appeared normal. Sometimes tree cover could interfere with transmission, so I decided to wait a few more minutes before trying again. That's when I noticed the deer. A large doe had emerged from the thick underbrush about 50 yards away, moving with the cautious grace that wild animals possess when they sense they're being watched. She approached a cluster of berry bushes and began feeding, occasionally lifting her head to scan for predators. Her coat was a rich brown color, and her movements were hypnotic in their fluid precision. I remained perfectly still, barely breathing as I watched her feed. This was exactly the kind of wildlife encounter that made our forest adventures so special. In the city, you never got to observe nature this closely. Never had the chance to witness the secret lives of wild animals in their natural habitat. The doe continued feeding for several minutes, completely unaware of my presence in the tree above. I was so captivated by watching her that I almost forgot about the radio in my hand. But then something changed. The walkie-talkie in my lap suddenly erupted with the most violent static I had ever heard. It wasn't the gentle white noise of normal interference. This was a harsh metallic screech that seemed to tear through the air like fingernails on a chalkboard. The volume was impossibly loud, far beyond the radio's normal output capacity. The sound was so jarring that I nearly lost my grip on the tree branch. The deer's head snapped up instantly, her large eyes wide with terror. She stared directly at my position in the tree, her ears twitching frantically as she tried to locate the source of the disturbing noise. For a moment, our eyes met across the distance, and I saw my own fear reflected in her dark gaze. Then she bolted, crashing through the underbrush with desperate urgency, her white tail flashing as she disappeared into the depths of the forest. I grabbed the radio and frantically tried to adjust the volume, but the controls seemed to have no effect. The static continued its assault, growing even louder and more distorted. Through the chaos of white noise, I began to hear something else, a low, rhythmic pulsing that reminded me of a heartbeat. The sound was organic, almost alive, and it filled me with a dread I couldn't explain. My hands shook as I checked the radio settings again. I was definitely on the correct channel, the same frequency Vincent and I had used dozens of times before. The battery indicator still showed full power. There was no logical reason for this malfunction, no explanation for the horrible sounds pouring from the speaker. The static began to change, evolving into something that barely resembled normal radio interference. High-pitched whines mixed with low, rumbling tones, creating a symphony of electronic chaos that seemed to penetrate my skull and vibrate in my bones. I pressed my hands against my ears, but the sound seemed to come from inside my head as much as from the radio itself. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the static cut out completely. The silence that followed was even more unsettling than the noise had been. It wasn't just quiet. It was the complete absence of sound, as if someone had pressed a mute button on the entire forest. No wind in the trees, no insects buzzing, no birds calling in the distance. Even my own breathing seemed muffled and distant. I looked down at the radio in my trembling hands. The display still showed strong signal strength and full battery power. Everything appeared normal, but I knew something was terribly wrong. The silence stretched on, becoming more oppressive with each passing second. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. In that absolute quiet, I heard it, a sound so low and guttural that I felt it more than heard it. It started as a barely perceptible rumble, like distant thunder, but gradually increased in volume and intensity. The sound had no identifiable source. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, emanating from the very air around me. As the rumble grew louder, it began to take on a more defined shape. It was organic, breathing-like, but far too large and deep to come from any animal I knew. The sound filled the forest with its presence, making the trees themselves seem to vibrate in response. I could feel it in my chest, in my bones, in the very core of my being. The breathing sound continued for exactly 3 seconds. I counted them, and then stopped as abruptly as it had begun. In the silence that followed, every natural sound in the forest returned all at once, as if someone had suddenly turned the volume back up on the world. Birds resumed their calling, insects buzzed back to life, and a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves above my head. I didn't wait to analyze what had happened. Every instinct in my 11-year-old body screamed at me to get out of those woods immediately. I switched off the walkie-talkie and stuffed it into my backpack, then began my descent from the oak tree with reckless speed. Branches scratched at my face and tore at my camouflage jacket, but I didn't care. I needed to get home, needed to get back to safety and sanity. My feet hit the forest floor, and I immediately broke into a run. The trees that had seemed so familiar and welcoming just an hour earlier now appeared threatening and alien. Shadows that had once been comforting hiding spots now seemed to conceal unseen dangers. Every rustling leaf, every creaking branch made me run faster, my military-issued boots pounding against the carpet of pine needles. I had spent years learning the layout of these woods, memorizing landmarks, and creating mental maps of every trail and stream. But now, in my panicked state, everything looked different. The trees seemed to have shifted positions. The paths appeared to lead in directions they never had before. What should have been a 15-minute jog back to the house became a desperate, disorienting flight through an increasingly unfamiliar landscape. My breathing came in ragged gasps as I pushed through thick clusters of undergrowth that I didn't remember encountering on my way in. Thorns tore at my clothing and skin, but the pain barely registered through my overwhelming need to escape. The forest seemed to be actively working against me, branches catching my backpack, roots trying to trip my feet, low-hanging limbs slapping at my face as I ran. I stumbled into a small clearing I had never seen before, my lungs burning from exertion and fear. This couldn't be right. I knew every inch of these woods, had explored them countless times over the past 4 years. There was no clearing in this direction, no open space that matched what I was seeing. But there it was. A perfect circle of grass surrounded by towering pines, as if someone had carved it out of the forest with surgical precision. The wrongness of it made my skin crawl. Everything about the clearing felt artificial, unnatural, like a stage set designed to look like a forest but lacking some essential quality that would make it real. The grass was too green, too uniform. The circle was too perfect, too symmetrical. Even the way the sunlight fell through the canopy seemed strange, casting shadows that fell in directions that defied the sun's actual position in the sky. I forced myself to keep moving, to push through my confusion and fear. Home was somewhere behind me, or ahead of me, or to my left. I was no longer certain of anything. The familiar landmarks that had guided me through these woods for years were nowhere to be seen. It was as if I had somehow stepped into a parallel version of the forest, one that looked similar but was fundamentally different in ways I couldn't quite identify. My watch showed that I had been running for over an hour, far longer than it should have taken to reach the house from my hiding spot. This was impossible. The distance from my oak tree to our back door was less than half a mile. I could cover that ground in 15 minutes even at a casual walk. But according to my watch, I had been lost in the woods for more than 3 hours since starting my escape. When I finally burst through the tree line into our backyard, the sun was much lower in the sky than it should have been. The golden light of late afternoon slanted across the grass, creating long shadows that indicated evening was approaching. This couldn't be right. According to my calculations, it should still be mid-afternoon, barely past the time when Vincent would have started hunting for me. But there he was, standing in our backyard with my parents, all three of them turning toward me with expressions of relief and concern. My mother immediately ran to me, wrapping me in a hug so tight I could barely breathe. My father was on the phone with someone, speaking in the calm but urgent tone he used during emergencies. Behind them, I could see a police cruiser parked in our driveway, its red and blue lights creating a surreal light show against the approaching dusk. "Where have you been?" my mother demanded, her voice breaking with emotion. "We've been looking for you for hours. Vincent came back and said you never responded to his radio calls. We thought something terrible had happened." I stared at her in confusion, then looked at Vincent, who was standing a few feet away with his arms crossed and a strange expression on his face. He looked scared, but there was something else there too, something that made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't explain. "I was only gone for a little while," I protested, though even as I said it, I could see from their faces that this wasn't true. "I was hiding in the oak tree, waiting for Vincent to find me. The radio started making weird noises, and then I came straight home." My father finished his phone call and approached me with the measured steps of someone trying to remain calm in a crisis. "Son, you've been missing for over 4 hours. Vincent came back 3 hours ago saying he couldn't reach you on the radio. We've had police and volunteers searching the woods for you. 4 hours. The number hit me like a physical blow. I looked down at my watch, which clearly showed that exactly 4 hours and 23 minutes had passed since I first climbed the oak tree. But those hours felt like minutes in my memory. There was no way I had been in the woods that long, no way I had spent more than an hour running home through familiar terrain. The police officer approached and asked me a series of questions. Where had I been? Had I fallen and hit my head? Had I seen anyone else in the woods? Did I remember how I had gotten lost? I answered as honestly as I could, but my responses only seemed to deepen their concern. How could I have been lost in woods I knew better than my own bedroom? How could I have lost track of time so completely? Vincent remained unusually quiet during the questioning, responding only when directly asked about his side of the story. He confirmed that he had tried repeatedly to contact me on the radio but had received no response. After an hour of failed attempts, he had returned to the house and alerted my parents. The police officer seemed satisfied with our explanations and left after reminding us to stay together and check in more frequently during future adventures. That night, after my parents had finished their lecture about safety and responsibility, Vincent and I sat in my bedroom trying to make sense of what had happened. But every time I tried to discuss the strange radio static or the lost time, Vincent would change the subject or claim he didn't remember details clearly. His behavior was oddly evasive, and for the first time since kindergarten, I felt like my best friend was keeping secrets from me. It wasn't until a week later that Vincent finally told me what had really happened during those missing hours. We were sitting in his treehouse, sharing a bag of Halloween candy we had bought with our allowance money. The autumn air was crisp and clean, and the afternoon sunlight filtered through the orange and red leaves surrounding us. It should have been a perfect moment of childhood friendship, but Vincent's confession turned it into something much darker. "I need to tell you something about that day in the woods," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Something I didn't tell your parents or the police, something I didn't want to tell you, but I can't stop thinking about it." I set down my candy and gave him my full attention. Vincent had been acting strangely all week, avoiding eye contact and seeming jumpy whenever anyone mentioned our adventure. I had assumed he was just shaken up by the search and rescue operation, but now I realized there was more to it. "When I came looking for you," he continued, "I followed your tracks into the deep woods, the section where the really big trees are. I kept calling your name and trying to reach you on the radio, but you never answered. I figured maybe you had gone farther than planned, so I kept following the trail." Vincent paused and took a shaky breath. In all the years I had known him, I had never seen him this scared. His hands were trembling as he reached for another piece of candy, and there was a haunted look in his eyes that made my stomach turn. "That's when I saw you," he said. "Or at least I thought it was you. You were standing about 50 yards away with your back to me, wearing the same camouflage outfit, carrying the same backpack. I called your name and started running toward you, really excited that I had found you so quickly." I felt a cold dread settling in my stomach. I knew with absolute certainty that I had never seen Vincent in the woods that day. I had climbed my tree, experienced the radio static, and then run straight home. There had been no encounter, no meeting, no face-to-face contact between us. "But when I called your name," Vincent continued, "you took this huge step away from me. I'm talking about a step that covered maybe 20 feet, like you had springs in your legs or something. It was impossible, but I saw it happen. You moved faster than any person should be able to move." The candy in my mouth suddenly tasted like ash. I wanted Vincent to stop talking, wanted him to tell me this was just a joke or a story he had made up to scare me, but I could see the truth in his eyes, the genuine terror of someone who had witnessed something that challenged everything he believed about reality. I stopped running and just stood there, trying to figure out what I had seen. That's when you turned around to face me. Vincent's voice dropped even lower, becoming almost inaudible. "It looked exactly like you. Same face, same hair, same clothes, but the eyes... God help me, the eyes were completely black. Not just the pupils, but the entire eye, like someone had filled them with ink." My hands began to shake, and I had to set down my candy to keep from dropping it. The description matched nothing from my own experience, but something about it felt sickeningly familiar, like a nightmare I couldn't quite remember having. This thing that looked like you just stood there staring at me with those black eyes. Then it smiled and waved, like it was greeting an old friend. But the smile was wrong, too wide, showing too many teeth. And the wave was mechanical, like someone who had seen people wave but didn't quite understand how to do it naturally. Vincent was crying now, tears streaming down his face as he relived the memory. I knew it wasn't really you, even though it looked exactly like you. Something inside me, some instinct, was screaming that this was wrong, that I needed to get away immediately, so I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, all the way back to your house. "Did it follow you?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "I don't think so. I never looked back, never stopped running until I reached your backyard. When I got there, I was so scared and confused that I just told your parents you were lost and weren't answering your radio. I couldn't bring myself to tell them about whatever that thing was." We sat in silence for a long time, both of us trying to process the implications of what Vincent had seen. If his story was true, and I had no reason to doubt him, then something had been impersonating me in those woods, something that could perfectly mimic my appearance, but lacked human eyes and human mannerisms. That conversation with Vincent happened 36 years ago, but I remember every word as clearly as if it happened yesterday. We never told another soul about what he had seen, and we never went back into those deep woods together. Our childhood friendship continued, but it was forever changed by the knowledge that something unexplainable had occurred that October afternoon. Vincent and I are still in touch today, though we live in different states and only see each other every few years at high school reunions or mutual friends' weddings. We're both married now, with children of our own, leading normal suburban lives that couldn't be more different from our adventure-seeking childhoods. But every time we talk, there's an unspoken understanding between us, a shared secret that binds us together across decades and distance. Neither of us has ever found a satisfactory explanation for what happened that day. We've discussed it in countless phone calls over the years, analyzing every detail, proposing theories that range from the plausible to the absurd. Was it some kind of optical illusion? A case of mistaken identity? A psychological episode brought on by fear and confusion? Or was it something genuinely paranormal, something that exists outside the boundaries of accepted reality? The lost time remains equally mysterious. How did I lose 4 hours while experiencing only 30 minutes of subjective time? How did I become so thoroughly disoriented in woods I knew intimately? Why do I have no memory of the encounter that Vincent described? No recollection of the impossible movements and black eyes he witnessed? Over the years, I've researched similar experiences, searching online forums and paranormal databases for stories that might provide answers. I've found accounts of doppelgangers, time slips, missing time phenomena, and encounters with beings that can perfectly mimic human appearance. Some of these stories are clearly fictional, others seem like genuine experiences that defied rational explanation, but none of them provided the clarity I was seeking. My parents still live in the same house where I grew up, though they're in their 70s now and spend most of their time indoors. The woods behind their property remain largely unchanged, still stretching for miles into the state forest beyond. On my rare visits home, I sometimes stand at the edge of the tree line and stare into the green depths, wondering if whatever Vincent saw is still out there, still waiting in the shadows between the ancient trees. Part of me wants to go back, to hike deep into those woods and search for answers to questions that have haunted me for decades. I've told myself that as an adult, armed with modern technology and a lifetime of experience, I could finally solve the mystery of that October day. But every time I consider actually doing it, I remember Vincent's description of those black eyes and that too-wide smile, and I find reasons to stay away. My own children are young now, 8 and 10 years old, with the same sense of adventure that Vincent and I once possessed. They love to explore and play outside, to build forts and create elaborate games of imagination. But I've made sure we live in a subdivision with small, manageable yards and no access to deep wilderness. I tell my wife it's for safety reasons, that children today face too many dangers to be allowed to roam freely. She agrees, never suspecting that my real fear isn't human predators or natural hazards, but something far stranger and more troubling. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and my family is asleep, I take out my old walkie-talkie and turn it on. I've kept it all these years, though I'm not sure why. The battery compartment is corroded now, and the antenna is bent from decades of storage in various closets and basement boxes. But occasionally, when the mood strikes me and my curiosity overcomes my fear, I switch it to that old channel and listen to the static. Most of the time, it's just normal radio interference, the familiar white noise of empty frequencies and distant transmissions. But sometimes, very rarely, I hear something else mixed in with the static. It's so faint that I can never be certain it's really there, so brief that it might just be my imagination playing tricks on me. But it sounds like breathing, slow, deep, rhythmic breathing that reminds me of that terrible sound I heard 36 years ago in the depths of the forest. When that happens, I quickly turn off the radio and try to convince myself it was just coincidence, just the normal quirks of old electronics and atmospheric interference. But deep down, I know better. Deep down, I know that whatever was in those woods that day is still out there, still waiting, still watching. And someday, when my curiosity finally overcomes my fear, I'm going to have to go back and face it. The trail disappeared 3 miles back. What remained was a faint game path winding through towering ponderosa pines, their bark glowing amber in the late afternoon sun. My boots crunched over a carpet of pine needles as I checked my GPS again. The Navajo National Forest stretched for miles in every direction, and according to my waypoints, I was still on track for the remote Alpine Lake, where I planned to camp for the next 5 nights. I'd chosen this particular section of the Chusca Mountains specifically for its isolation. After 15 years of desk work at the same accounting firm in Phoenix, I needed something real, something visceral to shock my system back to life. The rangers at the visitor center had strongly advised against solo hiking in this region, especially off-trail. People get turned around real easy up there, the older ranger had warned, his weathered face creasing with concern, and we've had unusual wildlife activity this season. When pressed, he explained that several hikers had reported being stalked by what they thought was a large predator, maybe a mountain lion, maybe something else. Locals don't go up there after dark, he'd added in a lower voice. Not since the incidents. I should have listened. The late July heat was oppressive, even at 9,000 feet. My pack dug into my shoulders, 35 pounds of gear shifting with each step. According to my map, the lake sat in a small valley just below the tree line, nestled between 2 jagged peaks. I'd been hiking for nearly 7 hours, and my legs were beginning to protest. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the forest shadows lengthened and merged. I needed to find a suitable camping spot before darkness fell completely. The trail, if you could still call it that, ascended steeply through a dense section of forest. The trees here grew closer together, their branches interlocking overhead like gnarled fingers. I froze at a sharp crack behind me, the unmistakable sound of a branch breaking underfoot. Turning slowly, I scanned the forest, but saw nothing except shadows and trees. Probably just a deer, I reasoned, though my heart rate had doubled in an instant. 20 minutes later, I reached a small clearing that seemed suitable for camping. A flat area about 30 feet in diameter, ringed by sturdy pines with good visibility in all directions. I shrugged off my pack and began setting up my tent, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched was impossible to shake. As I hammered the last tent stake into the rocky soil, I noticed something odd. An unusual silence had fallen over the forest. No bird calls, no rustling leaves, no distant animal sounds. Just stillness and the pounding of my own heart. Anyone who spends time in the wilderness knows this silence is often a warning. I quickly gathered firewood, building a robust campfire as the last light faded from the sky. The flames provided both warmth and psychological comfort as full darkness enveloped the mountain. Stars appeared overhead in dazzling clusters, the Milky Way a brilliant smear across the black canvas of night. While preparing my freeze-dried meal, I heard it again, the crack of a branch, this time closer to camp. I grabbed my headlamp, sweeping its beam through the trees surrounding the clearing. The light caught something at the forest's edge, 2 pinpoints of reflection about 6 feet off the ground. Eyes. They blinked once and vanished. I grabbed my hunting knife, the only weapon I'd brought, and stood motionless by the fire. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small in the vast darkness. "Is someone there?" No response came except the crackling of my campfire. I convinced myself it must have been a deer or elk, though something about those eyes, their height from the ground, their spacing, suggested otherwise. That night I slept fitfully inside my tent, waking at every sound. Around 3 a.m. I jolted awake to a noise I couldn't immediately identify, something between a whistle and a moan, carrying through the mountain air from some indeterminate distance. It rose and fell in pitch, almost like speech, but not quite human. The most disturbing aspect wasn't the sound itself, but what happened next. Responses came from different directions, similar vocalizations answering the first call. They continued for nearly 5 minutes before silence returned. I lay awake until dawn, knife clutched in my hand, questioning my decision to seek solitude in these mountains. Morning arrived with merciful sunlight and birdsong. The forest seemed ordinary again, the nocturnal anxieties fading with the darkness. I emerged from my tent stiff and exhausted, determined to continue to the lake as planned. Rational explanations existed for everything I'd experienced. Mountain lions were known to make unusual vocalizations, and many animals hunted at night. After a quick breakfast of instant coffee and oatmeal, I broke camp and shouldered my pack. That's when I noticed them. Tracks in the soft soil at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by fallen pine needles. They resembled canine prints but were far too large, nearly 5 inches across, and the stride length suggested something with legs much longer than any wolf or coyote. More unsettling was their pattern. They circled my entire campsite in a deliberate manner, as if whatever made them had been pacing around my tent while I slept. I photographed the prints with my phone, then continued toward the lake, pushing the pace faster than planned. The trail grew steeper, winding through boulder fields and stands of aspen. By midday, I reached a high ridge that offered the first view of my destination, a pristine alpine lake, its surface a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding peaks. The sight momentarily erased my uneasiness. I took several photos and began descending toward the shoreline, reaching it an hour later. The lake occupied a natural bowl in the mountains, surrounded by steep slopes on 3 sides. The only approach was the way I'd come, through the forest below. I found an ideal camping spot beneath a stand of white pines, about 30 yards from the water's edge. With several hours of daylight remaining, I established camp, gathered firewood, and filtered water from the lake. This location felt safer, more open, with better visibility and the reassuring presence of water. While setting up my tent, I discovered something lodged in the side pocket of my backpack. A small bundle of twigs bound together with what looked like strands of hair. I hadn't placed it there. It resembled the witches' ladders I'd seen in a documentary about folklore, supposed protective charms used by various cultures. Someone must have slipped it into my pack at the visitor center or trailhead as a prank. I tossed it into the lake and watched it float away. That afternoon, I hiked the perimeter of the lake, taking photographs and enjoying the alpine scenery. On the far side, partially hidden behind a fallen tree, I discovered the remnants of a previous campsite, an old fire ring containing charred bones and a torn piece of fabric that might once have been part of a tent or sleeping bag. More disturbing was what I found scratched into a nearby tree trunk, a crude symbol resembling a stick figure with an elongated head or perhaps antlers. Below it, someone had carved the words, "They come at night." I dismissed it as the work of teenagers or bored hikers trying to scare others. Nevertheless, I returned to my camp earlier than planned and built a larger fire than necessary. As sunset approached, I noticed dark clouds building over the western peaks. A summer storm was rolling in, bringing with it gusting winds that bent the treetops and rippled the lake's surface. Perfect timing, just what I needed to compound the growing sense of isolation. I secured my tent with additional stakes and gathered extra firewood, hoping to maintain a fire through the night despite the approaching rain. The first distant rumble of thunder came as dusk gathered, followed by flashes of lightning illuminating the cloud base. While organizing gear inside my tent, I discovered my satellite phone was missing. I distinctly remembered packing it in the top compartment of my backpack, but it was gone. Without it, I had no way to contact the outside world. My regular cell phone showed no service, as expected, in this remote location. The storm arrived with startling intensity, sheets of rain hammering the tent while lightning strikes cracked across the sky. My fire hissed and died despite my efforts to shield it. With darkness came that same unnatural silence I'd noticed the previous night, even amid the storm's fury. Between thunderclaps, I heard something moving outside, heavy footsteps circling my tent, too deliberate to be an animal seeking shelter. I called out, thinking another hiker might have been caught in the storm, but received no answer. The footsteps stopped directly outside my tent door. I held my breath, knife ready, as a shadow fell across the tent wall, the silhouette of something roughly human-shaped, but wrong somehow, too tall and oddly proportioned. Lightning flashed and I glimpsed its distorted outline through the tent fabric, standing upright but hunched, with what appeared to be an elongated head. When the next lightning bolt struck, the shadow was gone. I spent that night huddled in my sleeping bag, jumping at every sound, convincing myself that lack of sleep and the storm were causing me to imagine things. Yet when morning came and I finally dozed off from exhaustion, I dreamed of being watched by something ancient and patient, something that knew these mountains long before humans arrived. The storm cleared overnight, leaving a brilliant blue sky and freshly washed landscape. I emerged from my tent intending to photograph the lake at dawn, only to find my camera lens smashed. The protective case cracked open as if stepped on, though I was certain I'd stored it safely inside my tent vestibule. More alarming were the tracks, the same oversized canine prints from before, but now they led directly to and from my tent. Interspersed among them were others that appeared almost human, but with elongated toe marks and unusual depth distribution suggesting an unnatural gait. I couldn't rationalize this away. Something, or someone, had been at my campsite during the night. If this was a prank by other hikers, it had gone too far. If not, I pushed that thought aside. Without my satellite phone, I had limited options. I could hike out immediately, but that meant traveling through the dense forest where I'd heard those strange calls. The alternative was to continue with my planned exploration of the alpine ridges above the lake, hoping to find either cell service or another group of hikers. I chose the ridgeline, reasoning that higher ground offered better visibility and potential communication. I packed essential gear into my day pack, hiding my main backpack and tent beneath pine branches. The idea of leaving my shelter behind was unsettling, but I needed mobility. The climb was steeper than anticipated. What looked like a moderate slope from the lake revealed itself to be a challenging ascent requiring both hiking and scrambling techniques. By midday, I reached the ridge, nearly 11,000 feet above sea level. The view was spectacular. Mountains extending to the horizon in all directions. No signs of human development visible anywhere. My cell phone remained without service. The ridge continued for several miles, connecting two higher peaks. I followed it eastward, hoping the higher elevation might offer connectivity. The terrain was exposed, with little vegetation beyond hardy alpine grasses and occasional stunted pines twisted by constant wind. Around 2 p.m., I discovered something unexpected. A small stone structure resembling a shepherd's hut built into the lee side of a rock outcropping. Its walls were constructed of flat stones, stacked without mortar, topped by a partially collapsed roof of timber and more stone. The doorway gaped open, revealing a dark interior. Curiosity overcame caution. I approached the structure, calling out to announce my presence. When no response came, I peered inside. The hut contained a crude sleeping platform, an old fire pit, and surprisingly, recent evidence of occupation, a modern backpacking stove and torn sleeping bag. Written on the interior wall in what appeared to be charcoal were dozens of tally marks and a date from just 3 weeks earlier. Below these, in hurried handwriting, "It mimics voices. Don't trust what you hear." I backed out of the hut, suddenly aware of how exposed I was on the ridge. The sun had passed its zenith and shadows were lengthening across the mountainside. I needed to return to the lake before dusk. Halfway down the slope, I heard someone calling my name. The voice was distant but clear, coming from the direction of my campsite. It called again, using my full name, information no one in this wilderness should know. I froze, remembering the warning in the hut. The voice called a third time, now tinged with distress, pleading for help. It sounded exactly like my brother, who lived 2,000 miles away in Boston. I continued downward, moving as quietly as possible, taking cover behind rocks and vegetation. As the lake came into view, I scanned the shoreline for any sign of movement. My campsite appeared undisturbed, but something dark floated in the center of the lake. Using my binoculars, I identified my backpack, the one I'd hidden at camp, now somehow in the middle of the lake. Even from this distance, I could see it had been torn open, its contents scattered across the water's surface. The voice called again, now from the forest behind my camp. Then another voice joined it, my mother's voice, though she had passed away 3 years earlier. I remained hidden until sunset, watching my campsite from the hillside, seeing nothing move. When darkness began to fall, I faced a terrible choice: return to camp and face whatever waited there, or spend the night exposed on the mountainside without shelter or adequate warmth. The temperature was already dropping rapidly. Without proper gear, hypothermia was a real risk at this elevation. I had no choice but to retrieve my tent. As I approached the campsite in the fading light, I immediately saw that something was wrong. My tent remained where I'd left it, but the vestibule flap hung open, and the entrance had been torn, not cut, but ripped open with considerable force. Inside, my sleeping bag and remaining gear had been scattered. Deep scratches marked the tent floor, and a pungent, musky odor permeated everything, like wet dog combined with something rotten. I worked quickly, grabbing essential items and stuffing them into my day pack. Night had nearly fallen completely when I heard movement in the forest, branches breaking under heavy weight, coming toward camp from multiple directions. I abandoned the tent and ran for the lakeshore, hoping water might offer some protection. Behind me, something large crashed through the underbrush. I spent that night perched in a tree. After fleeing my destroyed campsite, I'd circled the lake to its eastern shore, climbing a sturdy pine with low branches that offered relatively secure footing. From 20 feet up, I watched as multiple shadows moved through my former campsite, occasionally illuminated by the rising moon. They were roughly humanoid but moved with an unnatural fluidity, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4. I counted at least 3 distinct figures, communicating with those same eerie calls I'd heard the first night. One stood upright and seemed to be sniffing the air, turning its head methodically as if scanning for my scent. I remained motionless, controlling my breathing despite the cold that seeped into my limbs as the night progressed. The figures eventually dispersed into the surrounding forest, but I dared not descend until daylight. Dawn revealed a transformed landscape. Overnight fog had settled over the lake, reducing visibility to mere yards. I climbed down cautiously, muscles stiff from cold and inactivity. My priority was to find the trail back to civilization, but the fog made orientation difficult. I consulted my map and compass, establishing that the trailhead lay approximately 15 miles southeast. Even pushing hard, that meant at least one more night in the wilderness. Without my tent or sleeping bag, I'd need to find or create emergency shelter. The fog began to lift as I hiked along the lakeshore, revealing destruction at my campsite far worse than I'd initially thought. My tent had been shredded, its aluminum poles bent and twisted. Gear lay scattered in a 50-foot radius, much of it damaged beyond use. Most disturbing was a discovery near where my tent had stood. A small cairn of stones had been erected, topped with what appeared to be a deer skull. Fresh blood darkened the bone, dripping down to stain the rocks beneath. I photographed everything, then salvaged what remained useful. My water filter, first aid kit, some food, and my knife. My emergency fire starter was missing, as was my spare clothing. The trail back was overgrown but followable, descending steeply through the forest. I made good progress despite frequent stops to listen for pursuit. By midday, I'd covered nearly 5 miles without incident, my confidence gradually returning with the sunshine and physical exertion. That confidence evaporated when I rounded a bend to find a fresh deer carcass in the middle of the trail. The animal had been killed recently, within hours, and displayed in a deliberate manner. Its body was intact but positioned upright, balanced on its chest with legs splayed outward. The head was missing. I detoured widely around it, pushing through dense underbrush rather than passing near the grisly marker. Whatever had killed the deer was sending a message. This was its territory, and I was an intruder. As afternoon waned, I located a suitable defensive position, a rock overhang creating a natural shelter with a sheer cliff at my back and good visibility of the approaching slope. I gathered firewood and constructed a barrier of dead branches across the open side of my shelter. That's when I noticed the carvings. The rock face behind me bore dozens of petroglyphs, ancient images scratched into the stone surface. Most depicted stick figures of humans and animals, but one dominated the center. A tall, emaciated figure with an elongated head or headdress and disproportionately long limbs. Smaller human figures surrounded it in postures suggesting worship or fear. A modern edition had been carved below these ancient images, a crude rendering of the same symbol I'd seen by the lake, accompanied by a single word: Skinwalker. I'd heard stories about these beings from Native American mythology, humans who could transform into animals, malevolent shapeshifters that preyed on travelers. Rational thought insisted these were just legends embodying wilderness fears, but rational thought felt increasingly inadequate against my experiences. As sunset approached, I built the largest fire I could manage, creating a barrier of flames across the shelter's opening. I positioned rocks to reflect heat inward and gathered enough wood to last the night. Darkness fell with unnatural speed, as if the sun had been swallowed rather than set. My fire cast dancing shadows across the rock walls, making the ancient petroglyphs seem to move and shift. The moon rose, nearly full, bathing the forest below in silver light. From my elevated position, I could see much of the sloping terrain I'd traversed that day. Nothing moved within my line of sight, yet the feeling of being observed intensified with each passing hour. Around midnight, the calls began again. Those same not quite human vocalizations, now coming from multiple directions and clearly coordinated. One would sound, then another would answer from a different location, gradually moving closer to my position. I maintained the fire, knife in hand, watching the forest edge visible from my shelter. The moonlight created a patchwork of light and dark, perfect concealment for anything that knew how to use shadows. At approximately 1 a.m., I saw it clearly for the first time. A figure emerged from the tree line about 50 yards downslope from my position. It moved with an odd, loping gait, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes dropping to all 4s. In the moonlight, its skin appeared grayish and taut across an emaciated frame, its proportions wrong, limbs too long, joints bending in unnatural directions. Its head was the most disturbing feature, elongated and crowned with what might have been antlers or twisted branches. As it tilted its face upward toward my shelter, the firelight reflected in eyes that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. It made no attempt to approach closer, instead pacing back and forth at the forest edge, occasionally stopping to raise its head and emit one of those chilling calls. Other calls answered from the darkness, but no other figures emerged into the moonlight. I remained absolutely still, maintaining the fire and watching until the figure finally retreated into the forest just before dawn. Only then did exhaustion overcome vigilance, and I fell into brief, fitful sleep. Morning brought both relief and urgency. I had approximately 10 miles remaining to the trailhead, a distance I could cover in one day if I maintained a fast pace. I abandoned everything non-essential, keeping only water, minimal food, my knife, and phone for documentation. The descent began smoothly enough. The main trail was more distinct at this lower elevation, and I made good progress through stands of pine and aspen. The forest seemed almost normal in daylight. Birds called, squirrels darted among branches, and occasional deer watched cautiously from the underbrush. Yet subtle wrongness persisted. I continued to find small bundles of bound sticks and hair placed at regular intervals along the trail, similar to what I'd found in my backpack. More disturbing were the occasional glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, dark shapes that vanished when directly observed. Around noon, I reached a stream crossing where the trail descended into a narrow ravine. The path ahead disappeared into dense forest, creating a natural bottleneck that raised immediate concerns. Something about the layout suggested an ambush point. I paused to consult my map, looking for an alternative route. The only option was a steep scramble up the ravine wall to bypass the bottleneck, rejoining the trail about half a mile further. It would be physically demanding, but strategically safer. The climb was treacherous, loose rock and soil giving way under my boots, forcing me to grab at tree roots and outcroppings for stability. Halfway up, I dislodged a large stone that crashed down into the ravine with a sound that seemed to echo for minutes. When I reached the top, breathing heavily from exertion, I realized my mistake. The noise had broadcast my location. I needed to move quickly. I bushwhacked through dense underbrush parallel to where I estimated the trail ran below. The terrain was challenging, fallen logs, hidden sinkholes, and thorny vegetation slowing my progress. After 20 minutes of difficult travel, I found a game path leading roughly in the right direction. Following it brought me to a small clearing where I stopped abruptly, confronted by a sight that defied explanation. In the center of the clearing stood a crude structure, a framework of branches lashed together with sinew, forming a rough teepee shape about 7 feet tall. Hanging from this framework were dozens of small animal skulls, feathers, and bundles of dried herbs. The ground around it had been cleared in a perfect circle, the soil raked in spiral patterns. Most disturbing were the photographs pinned to the structure, weather-beaten images of different people, all appearing to be hikers or campers. Some faces had been scratched out, others were circled in what looked like dried blood. Among them was a photograph of me, taken from a distance as I set up camp by the lake on my first day. I hadn't seen anyone else on the mountain. No one should have been there to take that picture. I backed away slowly, then turned to run, directly into the chest of a man standing silently behind me. I recoiled with a shout, raising my knife defensively, but he made no aggressive move. He appeared to be in his 60s, with weathered Native American features and gray-streaked hair tied back. He wore modern hiking clothes and carried a walking staff. "You shouldn't be here," he said simply, his voice gravelly but human. "None of you should come to this place." He identified himself as a local guide and former park ranger who patrolled these mountains regularly. He'd been tracking me since I entered the region, along with the others. "What others?" I demanded, still holding my knife. "The things that hunt in these mountains," he replied. "The ones your people call skinwalkers. We have different names." He explained that the region had always been forbidden territory in his tribe's traditions, a place where the boundary between worlds thinned, allowing passage of entities that wore flesh but weren't truly human. Recent increased tourism and hiking in the area had attracted their attention, resulting in several disappearances officially attributed to exposure or wildlife attacks. "They're drawn to fear," he said. "They feed on it before they feed on flesh. The more afraid you are, the stronger they become." He offered to guide me to the trailhead by a route they rarely watch. Having few alternatives, I cautiously accepted. though I kept my knife ready and maintained distance between us. As we hiked, he pointed out signs I'd missed. Marks on trees indicating territorial boundaries, subtle arrangements of stones marking safe passages. He showed me caves in the hillsides where they sheltered during daylight. They can't be killed with ordinary weapons, he told me when I asked about defense. The most we can do is know their ways and avoid them. They've been here longer than us. We traveled quickly, taking routes that often seemed to double back or circle, but somehow made consistent progress. By late afternoon, we'd covered ground that would have taken me substantially longer alone. As we descended below 7,000 feet, cellular service suddenly returned to my phone, multiple missed calls and texts appearing at once. Among them was an alert about 3 hikers reported missing in the Chuska Mountains over the past month. The guide grew increasingly nervous as the sun lowered, urging faster pace. They'll know you're leaving their territory. They don't like to lose what they consider theirs. With the trailhead visible in the distance, perhaps half a mile through thinning forest, he stopped abruptly. I go no further. The parking area is just ahead. Don't stop. Don't look back. Before I could respond, he'd vanished into the underbrush with surprising speed for his age. I continued alone, the path now wide and well maintained. Normal forest sounds had returned, bird calls, wind in the branches, the distant rumble of vehicles on the access road. Then I heard it one final time, that distinctive call, rising and falling in pitch, coming from the ridge high above. Looking back, I saw a distant figure silhouetted against the evening sky, standing upright on a rocky outcropping. Even at this distance, I could see it wasn't human, its proportions all wrong, head elongated and crowned with what might have been antlers. It raised one impossibly long arm, as if in farewell. I ran the remaining distance to the trailhead, finding my rental car undisturbed where I'd left it 5 days earlier. As I fumbled with the keys, something caught my eye. A small bundle of twigs and hair, bound together with sinew, placed carefully on the driver's seat. I drove non-stop to the nearest town, filed a report with local authorities about the missing hikers, and showed them my photographs. They took my information with professional courtesy, but obvious skepticism. The Forest Service promised to investigate both the destruction of my camp and the shrine in the clearing. 1 month later, I received an official report indicating they'd found no evidence of the structures I'd described, no unusual tracks, and no signs of other people or dangerous wildlife in the areas I'd specified. The damage to my equipment was attributed to bears. The 3 missing hikers were eventually found alive, though severely dehydrated and suffering exposure, with no memory of what had happened during their lost days. I've never returned to those mountains, but sometimes, on cold nights when the wind makes strange sounds against my windows, I dream of that figure on the ridge, watching, waiting, unbound by human understanding of time or death, and I know with absolute certainty that if I ever ventured back into those remote forests, something ancient and patient would be waiting for me. Something that now knows my scent, my fears, and perhaps even my name. I am a lifelong resident of southern Oklahoma, where endless farmland stretches toward every horizon, like a brown-green ocean frozen in time. I've called this place home since I was 12, when my parents fled the suffocating concrete maze of New York City for the wide-open spaces of the Great Plains. The move transformed them. Their constant urban anxiety melted away, replaced by the calm that only comes from watching sunrise paint the sky without a single building to obstruct the view. Sometimes the relentless pace of city life breaks people before they even realize they're drowning. Oklahoma burns hot and dry for most of the year, the sun beating down mercilessly on cracked earth that drinks desperately from the rare storms that roll across our flat landscape. Winter brings bone-deep cold that seeps through every layer of clothing, and rain comes so infrequently that each drop feels like a gift. But when storms do arrive, they're magnificent and terrifying spectacles. The flat terrain offers no obstacles to the massive weather systems that crawl across the sky like living things, their thunder shaking loose stones from gravel roads and their lightning painting masterpieces against the endless canvas of prairie sky. I had always loved these storms, until October 15th, 2019, when I was 32 and my younger brother Danny was 24. That day changed everything I thought I knew about the power of nature and the fragility of human survival. We had planned a weekend hiking trip in southeastern Oklahoma, where the flat plains give way to the rolling forested hills of the Ouachita Mountains. Both of us craved the outdoor adventures that our family had always used as an escape from daily stress. The American wilderness offers such incredible diversity of landscapes that we made it our mission to explore as many different ecosystems as possible. Despite our 8-year age gap, Danny and I had developed a strong hiking partnership over the years. Our occasional arguments on previous trips had mellowed as we both matured, and we'd learned to rely on each other's strengths. The wilderness seemed to strip away the petty irritations of civilized life, leaving only the essential human connection that binds family together. It was like taking a solo journey of self-discovery, but with the security of having someone to watch your back when things went wrong. The southeastern region of Oklahoma presents a dramatic contrast to our home territory. Instead of endless flatland, ancient hills covered in dense forests rise and fall like sleeping giants. The area receives significantly more rainfall than the plains, creating lush vegetation that seems almost tropical compared to the sparse prairie grass we knew. Pine and oak trees grow to enormous sizes when left undisturbed, their massive trunks and sprawling canopies creating cathedral-like spaces beneath their branches. We felt like we were entering an alien world as we drove east from our bed and breakfast that morning. The landscape gradually transformed from open farmland to rolling hills thick with vegetation. Ancient trees pressed close to the narrow roads, their branches forming tunnels that filtered the sunlight into moving patterns of gold and green. The air itself felt different, heavier, more alive, carrying sense of rich earth and growing things that we rarely experienced on the plains. Our destination was a vista point high on one of the ridges, where we planned to set up camp for the night and watch the sunrise over the forested valley below. We'd studied topographical maps and online reviews, building expectations of breathtaking views that would reward our climb with natural beauty beyond anything we'd seen before. But as we hiked upward through the increasingly thick forest, the day began to take an ominous turn that would haunt my dreams for years to come. The afternoon sun was already sinking lower than we'd planned when Danny and I reached the steeper portions of the trail. We'd gotten a later start than intended, partly due to my insistence on double-checking our gear, and partly because of unexpected road construction that had delayed our drive. Now, we were racing against time, trying to reach the summit before full darkness fell and made setting up camp dangerous. The forest around us seemed to grow more oppressive with each step upward. Trees that had appeared majestic from a distance now loomed overhead like towering sentries, their thick trunks blocking out more and more of the remaining daylight. The canopy above was so dense that even in full afternoon, we moved through a perpetual twilight world where shadows shifted and danced with every breeze. Danny walked ahead of me, his longer legs eating up the trail with efficient strides. He'd always been the navigator on our trips, with an intuitive sense of direction and timing that I envied. I focused more on reading the environment, watching for signs of weather changes, identifying edible plants, and staying alert to the subtle signals that nature constantly broadcasts to those who know how to listen. And nature was definitely trying to tell us something that day. The air pressure had been dropping steadily since we started climbing, creating a heavy, oppressive feeling that made each breath feel insufficient. The wind, which had been a gentle breeze when we started, was growing stronger and more erratic. It would calm to complete stillness for several minutes, leaving the forest in unnatural silence, then suddenly gust through the trees with a moaning sound that raised goosebumps on my arms. "Feel that?" I called to Danny, who had stopped to check our progress on his GPS device. He looked up from the small screen and tilted his head, listening to the wind moving through the pine boughs above us. "Storm coming," he said, his voice carrying a note of concern. "Question is how big and how fast." I nodded, studying the small patches of sky visible through gaps in the canopy. The blue was gradually being replaced by darker clouds that seemed to be building with unnatural speed. The air carried that distinctive metallic scent that comes before lightning storms, a smell like hot copper and ozone that makes your teeth ache. "We need to pick up the pace," I said, adjusting the straps of my backpack to redistribute the weight that seemed to grow heavier with each upward step. Danny consulted his map again. "About a half-mile to the ridge. If we push hard, we can make it before the weather hits." What neither of us said out loud was our shared concern about camping on an exposed ridge during a thunderstorm, but the alternative, trying to set up in the dense forest where we couldn't see the sky, seemed even worse. At least on the ridge we'd have warning of what was coming. The forest seemed to be holding its breath as we climbed higher. The usual sounds of wildlife had faded away until we heard only our own footsteps on the leaf-covered trail and the increasingly urgent whisper of wind through the trees. Even the insects had gone quiet, as if every living thing in these woods was preparing for something terrible. Birds that had been singing throughout our climb suddenly fell silent. The absence of their calls created an eerie vacuum that made our own breathing and heartbeat sound unnaturally loud. I found myself glancing upward more frequently, searching the gaps between branches for signs of what was coming. The temperature began to drop as well, and I could feel moisture building in the air. My shirt, which had been soaked with sweat from the climb, now felt clammy and cold against my skin. Danny pulled a windbreaker from his pack and shrugged into it without stopping, his movements quick and efficient. "There," he said suddenly, pointing ahead to where the trees seemed to thin out. "I can see more sky." I looked where he was pointing and felt a mixture of relief and dread. We were close to our destination, but the sky that was becoming visible through the thinning canopy was the color of old pewter, heavy with the promise of violence. As we pushed through the last stretch of dense forest, the wind suddenly picked up with frightening intensity. Trees around us began to sway and creak ominously, their branches rubbing against each other with sounds like fingernails on chalkboard. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the sharp crack of a tree limb giving way under the pressure. That's when I caught my first glimpse of what was circling high above the forest canopy, barely visible against the darkening clouds. Something large and dark was riding the wind currents with an ease that defied the growing storm. At first I thought it might be a hawk or eagle, but the scale seemed wrong. Whatever it was moved with purpose and intelligence, as if it was watching and waiting for something. I didn't mention it to Danny. Not yet. But a cold dread was beginning to settle in my stomach as we approached the ridge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into something far more dangerous than just a thunderstorm. The ridge opened before us like a gateway to another world. After hours of climbing through the claustrophobic tunnel of dense forest, the sudden expanse of open sky was both liberating and terrifying. The vista stretched for miles in every direction, rolling forested hills fading into blue-gray haze on the horizon. Under normal circumstances, it would have been breathtaking. But these were not normal circumstances. The storm clouds overhead had transformed into something that looked less like weather and more like a living creature. They roiled and twisted with internal movement, shot through with veins of electricity that flickered without sound. The air itself felt charged, making the hair on my arms stand up and filling my mouth with the taste of copper pennies. Danny dropped his pack and stood at the edge of the cliff, staring out at the approaching tempest. "Jesus," he whispered, then caught himself. "I mean, God Almighty, look at the size of that thing." The storm front stretched across the entire horizon, a wall of darkness advancing toward us with frightening speed. Lightning flickered continuously within its depths, creating a strobe effect that made the landscape below appear to jump and shift like images in an old film reel. The temperature had dropped at least 15 degrees since we'd reached the summit, and the wind was now strong enough to make standing upright a challenge. "We need to get the tent up fast," I shouted over the growing roar of wind. "This is going to be a bad one." We worked with desperate efficiency, unpacking our gear and fighting against the gusts that tried to tear everything from our hands. The tent fabric snapped and billowed like a sail as we struggled to get it properly positioned. I had to lie across one corner to keep it from blowing away, while Danny hammered stakes into the rocky ground. As I lay there holding down the tent, I found myself staring up at the sky, watching the play of lightning within the clouds. That's when I saw it again, the large dark shape circling high above us. It was definitely a bird, but unlike any I'd ever seen. Even at this distance, I could tell it was massive, with wings that seemed to span an impossible width. It rode the violent air currents with an ease that suggested this was its natural element, as comfortable in the storm as a fish in water. But what disturbed me most was how it seemed to be watching us. Every few circles it would dip lower, as if getting a better look at our small campsite on the exposed ridge. There was something intelligent and calculating about its movements, something that made every instinct in my body scream warnings. "Danny," I called, still pinning down the tent corner. "Look up. Tell me what you see." He paused in his stake hammering and craned his neck toward the sky. For a long moment he was silent, and I wondered if the bird had disappeared into the clouds. Then his face went pale. That's a big bird," he said quietly. "How big do you think?" He watched for another moment as the creature completed another lazy circle above us. "From this distance? Hard to say. But if I had to guess..." He paused, as if reluctant to voice his estimate. "Maybe 8-10-foot wingspan. Could be bigger." A chill that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature ran through me. Birds of prey with 10-foot wingspans were not native to Oklahoma. Hell, they weren't native to North America. The largest raptors in our region topped out at maybe 4 feet, and even the massive condors of California only reached 9 feet at most. "What do you think it is?" I asked. Danny shook his head, still watching the sky. "I don't know. Never seen anything like it." The first fat raindrops began to fall as we finished securing the tent. They hit with surprising force, each one feeling like a small pebble thrown from the sky. Within minutes, the gentle drops had become a steady downpour, and within minutes after that, a torrential deluge that turned the world into a gray curtain of water. We scrambled into the tent just as the first real lightning bolt split the sky directly overhead. The thunder that followed was so loud and immediate that it felt like the mountain itself was cracking apart beneath us. The sound didn't just hit our ears. It reverberated through our chests and bones, a physical force that left us gasping. "We're too exposed up here," Danny said, his voice tight with fear. "If that lightning gets any closer..." Another bolt cut off his words, this one close enough that we could smell the ozone in its wake. The thunder was instantaneous, a crushing wave of sound that made the tent walls flutter like leaves. In the brief moment of electric daylight, I caught a glimpse of something that made my blood freeze. The bird was much closer now, close enough that I could see details that should have been impossible from such a distance. Its feathers were so black they seemed to absorb light, and its eyes were fixed directly on our tent with an intelligence that was deeply, fundamentally wrong. But it was the size that truly terrified me. This wasn't a 10-foot wingspan. This creature was easily twice that size, with talons that looked like they could crush a car and a beak that could have torn through steel. It hung motionless in the howling wind, defying physics and common sense, watching us with the patience of a predator that knew its prey had nowhere to run. I blinked, and it was gone, vanished back into the roiling clouds as if it had never been there at all. "Did you see?" I started to ask Danny, but another lightning strike lit up the sky, and this time I could see multiple shapes moving within the storm. Large, dark forms that rode the wind with impossible grace, circling our small refuge like sharks around a sinking ship. We were no longer alone on the mountain. As full darkness fell over the ridge, the storm reached a fever pitch that defied everything I thought I knew about weather. Lightning struck continuously now, turning night into a strobe-lit nightmare where shadows jumped and danced with each electric flash. The thunder had become a constant rumble that we felt in our bones, punctuated by sharp cracks that sounded like the sky itself was breaking apart. Inside our tent, Danny and I huddled in our sleeping bags, trying to project in calm we didn't feel. The LED lantern cast a small circle of warm light that made the violent world outside seem almost unreal. Rain hammered against the tent fabric with machine gun intensity, and the wind howled around us with a voice that sounded almost human, almost like screaming. "This has to be the worst storm I've ever been in," Danny said, his voice barely audible over the chaos outside. He was trying to sound casual, but I could hear the tremor of fear underneath his words. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak, because it wasn't just the storm that had me terrified. Every few minutes, when the lightning illuminated the sky, I caught glimpses of shapes moving in the clouds above us, large dark forms that seemed to be riding the wind currents like surfers on waves. At first I told myself it was just my imagination, tricks of light and shadow playing against my storm-addled brain, but they were too consistent, too purposeful in their movements, and they were getting closer. "I need to check the tent stakes," I said suddenly, the words coming out before I'd fully formed the thought. Danny looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "In this? You'll get struck by lightning. The wind is getting stronger. If a stake comes loose, we're screwed." It was a reasonable excuse, and partially true. But the real reason I needed to look outside was to confirm what I was seeing in those brief lightning flashes. I had to know if the shapes in the sky were real, or if the storm was driving me toward some kind of breakdown. I unzipped the tent flap just enough to stick my head out and immediately regretted it. The wind-driven rain hit my face like ice-cold needles, and the wind was so strong it felt like invisible hands trying to drag me out of the tent. I squinted through the deluge, waiting for the next lightning strike to illuminate the sky. When it came, I saw them clearly for the first time. 3 massive birds circling overhead, their wings spanning what had to be 20 feet or more. They moved with an impossible grace through the chaotic air, riding updrafts and downdrafts like they were gentle breezes instead of hurricane-force winds. Their feathers were so black they seemed to absorb the lightning itself and their eyes. Their eyes were focused directly on our tent. I jerked my head back inside and zipped the flap shut with trembling hands. Danny took one look at my face and grabbed my shoulder. "What is it? What did you see?" I opened my mouth to tell him, then closed it again. How do you explain to someone that there are birds the size of small aircraft circling overhead, birds that shouldn't exist outside of prehistoric times or fever dreams? How do you say that without sounding completely insane? "The stakes look okay," I said instead, but Danny wasn't buying it. "You look like you've seen a ghost. What's really going on?" Before I could answer, something brushed against the top of the tent. Not the wind, not a tree branch. Something deliberate and controlled. The fabric dimpled inward as if pressed by enormous talons, then sprang back as whatever it was lifted away. We both stared at the ceiling of the tent, watching for the impression to return. The rain continued to drum overhead, but now every sound seemed potentially significant. Was that just wind, or was something moving around our campsite? Was that thunder, or something much larger than thunder? Another touch against the tent, this time on the side wall. The fabric pushed inward several inches before snapping back, leaving us both frozen with terror. Whatever was out there was testing our shelter, probing for weakness like a predator examining its prey. "We need to get out of here," Danny whispered, his voice so quiet I almost didn't hear it over the storm. "And go where? We're on top of a mountain in the middle of a lightning storm. There's nowhere to run." But even as I said it, I was thinking the same thing. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to flee, to get as far away from this place as possible. The logical part of my brain knew that leaving the tent would be suicide. We'd be exposed to lightning, wind, and rain that could kill us in minutes. But the primitive animal part of my brain didn't care about logic. It only knew that something very large and very dangerous was circling our position, and staying put meant becoming prey. The touching stopped as suddenly as it had started, leaving us in tense silence, broken only by the storm. We waited, every muscle coiled, for whatever was going to happen next. What happened next was worse than anything I could have imagined. The tent began to rise. At first, I thought the wind had finally gotten under our tent and was trying to tear it from its stakes. The floor beneath us tilted slightly, and I could feel the whole structure shifting. Danny and I scrambled to grab onto something solid, but there was nothing except sleeping bags and camping gear sliding around in the tilted space. Then I realized the movement was too controlled, too purposeful to be wind. The tent was rising straight up, lifting off the ground with a smooth, steady motion that defied every law of physics I understood. Through the fabric walls, I could hear the powerful whooshing of massive wings beating in coordinated rhythm. "What the hell is happening?" Danny screamed, his voice barely audible over the sound of wind and wing beats. I didn't answer because I couldn't process what was happening enough to form words. We were airborne, suspended in a bag of nylon and aluminum poles, carried by something strong enough to lift 2 grown men and all our gear without apparent effort. The tent swayed gently as we rose, like a cradle being rocked by invisible hands. Through the translucent fabric of the tent walls, I could see dark shapes moving around us, multiple winged forms keeping pace with our ascent, their massive bodies cutting through the storm like it was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Lightning illuminated them in brief, terrifying snapshots, wings that spanned impossible distances, talons that could have crushed cars, eyes that reflected the electric light with cold intelligence. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of what was happening. This was impossible. Birds couldn't lift this much weight. Birds this size didn't exist. None of this could be real, but the sensation of flight was undeniable. My stomach lurched with each gentle sway of the tent, and I could feel the pressure change in my ears as we gained altitude. "We're flying," Danny said, his voice flat with shock. "We're actually flying." I looked at him and saw my own terror reflected in his eyes. His face was pale except for 2 bright spots of color on his cheeks, and his hands were shaking as he gripped his sleeping bag. We were both in shock, our minds struggling to accept a reality that violated everything we thought we knew about the world. The flight seemed to last forever and no time at all. We swayed through the storm, lightning flashing all around us, rain drumming against the tent walls like machine gun fire. I could hear the creatures calling to each other, harsh, guttural cries that cut through the thunder like knives. There was something almost conversational about their calls, as if they were coordinating their flight, discussing what to do with their strange cargo. Below us, the forest rushed past in brief glimpses revealed by lightning. We were moving fast, much faster than any bird should have been able to fly while carrying such a load. The ridge where we'd camped was already miles behind us, lost in the darkness and rain. "Where are they taking us?" Danny asked, his voice cracking with fear. I had no answer. I could only hold on and try not to think about what would happen when this impossible flight ended. The creatures carrying us were intelligent enough to coordinate their actions, strong enough to lift incredible weight, and large enough to tear us apart without effort. If they wanted us dead, we'd already be dead. But that meant they wanted us alive, at least for now, and that thought was somehow even more terrifying. The tent suddenly lurched sideways, sending us tumbling across the floor. Through the walls, I could hear one of the creatures making a different sound, not a call to its companions, but something that sounded almost like laughter. The cold, cruel amusement of a predator playing with its food. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the flight ended. We hit something solid. A tree branch, I realized, and the tent tore open with a sound like ripping cloth. The aluminum poles bent and snapped as we crashed through layers of pine boughs, our strange aerial cradle disintegrating around us. Danny and I tumbled out of the remains of our shelter, falling through darkness and rain and the reaching branches of ancient trees. I hit the ground hard, my left shoulder taking most of the impact. Pain shot through my body as I rolled across wet leaves and forest debris, finally coming to rest against the massive trunk of an oak tree. For a moment I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think beyond the immediate agony of the landing. Rain poured down through the forest canopy, soaking through my clothes and mixing with the blood from dozens of small cuts where branches had torn at my skin. I could taste copper in my mouth and feel warmth trickling down my face from a gash on my forehead. "Danny?" I called out, my voice hoarse and barely audible over the storm. "Danny, where are you?" "Here," came a weak reply from somewhere off to my left. "I'm here. I think my leg is messed up." I forced myself to sit up, ignoring the stabbing pain in my shoulder and ribs. Through the darkness and rain, I could barely make out Danny's form about 20 feet away, slumped against the base of another tree. He was moving, which meant he was alive, but I could see even from this distance that something was wrong with the way he was positioned. Above us, through gaps in the forest canopy, I could see dark shapes circling against the storm-lit sky. Our captors were still there, still watching, still waiting for something. The flight might be over, but our ordeal was just beginning. I tried to stand and immediately collapsed as my left leg gave out beneath me. Looking down, I could see my ankle was already swelling inside my boot, probably sprained or worse from the impact. We were both injured, lost in the middle of a forest during the worst storm either of us had ever experienced, and somewhere above us were creatures that shouldn't exist carrying out some unknowable agenda. For the first time since this nightmare began, I truly understood how completely helpless we were. Dawn came slowly through the forest canopy, gray light filtering through layers of wet leaves and fog. The storm had passed sometime during the night, leaving behind a world that felt washed clean and eerily quiet. Birds sang tentatively from hidden perches, their normal morning chorus subdued as if they too were recovering from the violence of the previous night. I awoke to find myself curled against the oak tree where I'd fallen, my clothes soaked through and my body stiff with cold and pain. Every movement sent sharp reminders through my injured shoulder and ankle, but I was alive. More importantly, I could hear Danny breathing heavily about 20 feet away, which meant he had survived the night as well. "Danny," I called softly, not wanting to disturb the fragile peace of the morning. "How are you holding up?" He groaned and shifted position, the sound carrying clearly in the still air. "Feel like I got hit by a truck. My shoulder's definitely dislocated, and I think I've got a concussion. You?" I took inventory of my injuries as I carefully tested each limb. "Sprained ankle, maybe some cracked ribs, and I'm pretty sure I need stitches in my forehead. But we're alive." "Yeah," Danny said quietly. "We're alive." Neither of us mentioned what had happened during the storm. In the rational light of morning, the memories seemed impossible, like fragments of a shared nightmare brought on by injury and shock. But the evidence was all around us. Our destroyed tent hung in tatters from tree branches 30 feet above the ground, our gear scattered across hundreds of yards of forest floor, and both of us bearing injuries that were far too severe to have been caused by simply being blown around by wind. I forced myself to stand, using the oak tree for support as I tested my weight on the injured ankle. The pain was manageable if I was careful, and I could see that Danny was trying to do the same with his dislocated shoulder. We were both in rough shape, but we were mobile. "We need to find water," I said, looking around at the dense forest that surrounded us, "and figure out where the hell we are." The landscape was completely unfamiliar. We were in a deep valley, surrounded by steep, forested hills that blocked most of the sky. Massive trees towered overhead, their trunks easily 6 feet in diameter, and their canopy so thick that only scattered beams of sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. This wasn't the area where we'd been camping. We were somewhere much deeper in the wilderness, somewhere that looked like it hadn't seen human presence in decades. Danny managed to get to his feet, cradling his injured arm against his chest. His face was pale and drawn with pain, but his eyes were alert and focused. "Listen," he said, tilting his head toward the sound of running water somewhere in the distance. "Stream's that way." We gathered what gear we could find scattered around the crash site. Most of it was destroyed or unusable, but I managed to salvage a water purification pump, some energy bars, and a first aid kit that had somehow survived intact. Danny found his knife and compass, both essential for wilderness survival. The hike to the stream took nearly an hour, with both of us moving slowly and carefully over the uneven terrain. Every step was agony for me, and I could see that Danny was fighting waves of nausea that suggested a serious head injury. But the sound of running water drew us forward, promising relief and the beginning of a plan to get out of this nightmare. The stream was larger than I'd expected, a fast-moving creek about 10 feet wide that sparkled in the morning sunlight. The water was clear and cold, and after testing it with my purification tablets, we both drank deeply and washed the worst of the blood and dirt from our injuries. As I cleaned the gash on my forehead, I caught sight of something that made my breath catch in my throat. On the muddy bank on the opposite side of the stream, pressed deep into the soft earth, was a track unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was clearly made by a bird, but the scale was all wrong. The three-toed print was nearly 2 feet long, with talon marks that gouged inches deep into the mud. "Danny," I said quietly, pointing across the water, "look at that." He followed my gaze and went very still. For a long moment, we both stared at the impossible track, trying to process what it meant. The print was fresh, probably made sometime during the night while we lay unconscious in the forest. Whatever had left it was real, massive, and had been very close to where we'd fallen. "We need to get out of here," Danny said, his voice tight with renewed fear. "Right now." I nodded, but part of me knew it was already too late. We were injured, lost, and stranded in a wilderness that was home to creatures that shouldn't exist. Even if we could find our way back to civilization, who would believe our story? Who would take seriously a tale of giant birds that could lift full-grown men and carry them for miles through a thunderstorm? As we prepared to leave the stream, I heard something that made every hair on my body stand up. From somewhere high above the forest canopy came a long, mournful cry that echoed off the surrounding hills. It was answered by another call from a different direction, then another, until the air was filled with the haunting voices of creatures that belonged in nightmares rather than the real world. They were still out there, still watching, still waiting, and we were still very much their prey. For 3 days we struggled through the dense forest, following the stream downstream in hopes that it would eventually lead to civilization. My ankle had stiffened into a constant throb that made each step a conscious act of will, while Danny fought through waves of dizziness and nausea that suggested his head injury was more serious than either of us wanted to admit. The forest around us felt alive with hidden watchers. Every rustling leaf, every snapping twig, every bird call made us freeze and scan the canopy overhead. We'd found more tracks along the stream, massive three-toed prints that appeared with disturbing regularity, always fresh, always nearby. Whatever these creatures were, they were following us, pacing our slow progress through their territory like wolves shadowing a wounded deer. On the morning of the 4th day, our luck ran out. I was kneeling by the stream refilling our water bottles when Danny grabbed my arm with sudden urgency. "Don't move," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Look up, slowly." I raised my eyes toward the forest canopy and felt my blood turn to ice. Perched on a massive branch about 50 feet above us was something that my mind refused to process as real. It was a bird, but scaled to impossible proportions. Its body was easily the size of a small car, covered in feathers so black they seemed to absorb light. Its head was turned toward us with predatory focus, and its eyes, God help me, its eyes held an intelligence that was deeply, fundamentally wrong. The creature studied us with the patience of something that had no doubt about the outcome of this encounter. Its talons, each one longer than my forearm, gripped the tree branch with casual strength that I knew could snap our spines without effort. When it shifted its weight slightly, the entire tree swayed under its mass. "Back away," I breathed to Danny, not taking my eyes off the monster above us. Slowly, no sudden movements. We began to edge away from the stream, moving with careful, deliberate steps that we hoped wouldn't trigger the predator's hunting instincts. But we'd only gone a few yards when a second cry echoed through the forest, answered immediately by a third from another direction. They had us surrounded. The bird above us tilted its head, studying our retreat with what looked almost like amusement. Then it opened its beak and released a call that seemed to come from the depths of hell itself. A sound that was part screech, part roar, and part something else that had no name in any human language. The noise hit us like a physical force, so loud and penetrating that it felt like it was tearing apart our eardrums. The call was answered immediately from multiple directions. They were closing in. "Run," I said to Danny, the word coming out as barely more than a whisper. "What?" "Run!" We crashed through the underbrush like panicked animals, all thoughts of stealth abandoned in favor of pure speed. Behind us, I could hear the massive wing beats as our pursuer launched itself from its perch, followed by the splintering crash of branches as it powered through the canopy in pursuit. My ankle screamed with every step, but terror drove me forward through pain that should have dropped me to the ground. Danny stayed close beside me, despite his head injury, both of us running with the desperate energy of prey that knows it's being hunted by something infinitely more powerful. The forest became a blur of green and brown as we fled, ducking under low branches and leaping over fallen logs. Behind us, the sound of pursuit grew louder. Not just one creature now, but several, their calls echoing back and forth as they coordinated their hunt. I could hear trees groaning and snapping as massive bodies forced their way through the canopy above our heads. A shadow passed overhead, and I looked up to see one of the creatures diving toward us with wings pulled back like a fighter jet. I grabbed Danny and threw both of us sideways, just as enormous talons raked the air where we'd been standing. The creature pulled up at the last second, its wing beats creating a downdraft so powerful it nearly knocked us flat. "This way," Danny shouted, pointing toward what looked like a thicker section of forest, where the trees grew closer together. If we could get somewhere the creatures couldn't follow. We changed direction, crashing through a wall of undergrowth that tore at our clothes and skin. The canopy above was so thick here that it was nearly dark despite the midday sun, and the trunks of ancient trees pressed close together like the pillars of some primordial cathedral. For a moment I thought we might have found sanctuary. The trees were too close together for creatures that size to maneuver, and the thick canopy would make diving attacks impossible. We collapsed against the trunk of a massive oak, gasping for breath and listening to the frustrated cries of our pursuers as they circled overhead. But our relief was short-lived. From somewhere in the darkness ahead of us came a sound that made my heart stop. The careful, deliberate footsteps of something very large moving through the forest floor. Whatever was hunting us, at least one of them was on the ground now, stalking us through the undergrowth with the patience of a true predator. We were trapped between the creatures above and the one approaching through the shadows ahead. Our desperate flight had only delayed the inevitable. In that moment, as I listened to death approaching from multiple directions, I found myself thinking about all the people who would never know what happened to us. Our parents who would wait for phone calls that would never come. Search and rescue teams who would comb these forests for weeks without finding so much as a trace of our passage. They would never believe the truth. And perhaps that was for the best. The creature stalking us through the undergrowth moved with deliberate patience, each footstep carefully placed to avoid snapping twigs or rustling leaves. Only the subtle sound of massive weight shifting from foot to foot revealed its presence as it drew closer to our hiding place. Danny and I pressed ourselves against the trunk of the oak tree, hardly daring to breathe as our pursuer closed the distance between us. Above, the cries of the circling birds had taken on a different tone, less urgent hunting calls and more like communication between pack members coordinating for a kill. They knew we were trapped. They were taking their time, savoring the moment before the final strike. That's when we heard the distant rumble of engines. At first, I thought it was thunder from another approaching storm, but the sound was too steady, too mechanical, and it was growing steadily louder. Helicopter engines, multiple aircraft coming our direction fast. The reaction from our hunters was immediate and startling. The footsteps in the undergrowth stopped completely, and the cries from above took on a note of alarm rather than predatory satisfaction. Through gaps in the canopy, I caught glimpses of massive dark shapes launching themselves skyward, climbing rapidly toward the higher altitudes where helicopters couldn't follow. "Search and rescue," Danny breathed, hardly daring to hope. The sound of rotors grew louder, and I could hear voices calling through bullhorns, though the words were indistinct through the thick forest canopy. Somewhere relatively nearby, people were looking for us. We'd been missing long enough for someone to organize an official search operation, but our ordeal wasn't over yet. The creature that had been stalking us on foot was still out there, and I could sense its presence like a weight pressing against my consciousness. It hadn't fled like the others. Instead, it seemed to be waiting, perhaps hoping the helicopters would pass and leave us to our fate. The sound of the aircraft reached its peak directly overhead, then began to fade as they continued their search pattern in another direction. In the renewed silence, I heard the footsteps resume, closer now, moving with renewed urgency, as if the creature understood this might be its last chance. "We have to signal them," I whispered to Danny, "before they get too far away." He nodded and pulled out his emergency whistle, a small but piercing device designed to cut through forest noise. The blast of sound seemed impossibly loud in the confined space under the canopy, and I knew it would carry far enough to reach the search aircraft if anyone was listening. The response was immediate and violent. Something massive crashed through the underbrush toward us, no longer concerned with stealth now that stealth was impossible. I caught a glimpse of it between the trees, a nightmare of black feathers and razor talons moving with terrifying speed despite its enormous size. Danny blew the whistle again, a long, sustained blast that echoed through the forest like a scream. Above us, one of the helicopters suddenly changed direction, its engine note shifting as it turned back toward our position. The creature burst into the small clearing where we huddled, and for one heart-stopping moment I found myself face to face with something that had stepped out of humanity's oldest nightmares. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, even with its neck bent under the low canopy, its head cocked at an angle that suggested both intelligence and predatory calculation. Its eyes were the worst part, too knowing, too aware, too full of an alien intelligence that had no place in the natural world. Then the helicopter was directly overhead, its rotor wash bending trees and filling the air with flying debris. A spotlight beam lanced down through the canopy, sweeping back and forth until it found us. In that brilliant circle of light, the creature froze like a deer caught in headlights, its impossible form clearly visible for perhaps 3 seconds. Then it was gone, vanishing into the shadows between the trees with a speed that defied its massive size. The forest fell silent except for the thunderous noise of the helicopter hovering overhead and the voices of rescuers calling down to us through bullhorns. The rest of our rescue was almost anticlimactic. We were airlifted to a regional medical center where doctors treated our injuries and officials took our statements about being caught in a severe storm and separated from our gear. We told them about getting disoriented in the forest, about struggling to survive for several days, about the difficult terrain and dangerous weather conditions. We didn't mention the birds. The official report concluded that we had been the victims of unusual wind conditions associated with the severe thunderstorm that had passed through the area. Our tent had been destroyed by straight-line winds, and we had been injured while seeking shelter. Disoriented and possibly suffering from mild hypothermia, we had wandered for several days before being located by the search and rescue operation. It was a reasonable explanation. It accounted for all the physical evidence and fit within the boundaries of what rational people could accept. The fact that it was completely wrong didn't seem to matter to anyone except Danny and me. We never talked about what really happened that night, not to anyone else and barely to each other. Who would believe such a story? Giant birds that could lift grown men and carry them through thunderstorms belonged in fantasy novels, not incident reports filed with state authorities. But I know what I saw. I know what carried us through that storm, what hunted us through the forest, what studied us with intelligence that had no place in the natural world. Somewhere in the deep wilderness of southeastern Oklahoma, there are creatures that exist outside the accepted boundaries of reality, ancient things that have learned to avoid human contact but occasionally reveal themselves to those unlucky enough to venture too far into their domain. I still live in Oklahoma, still love the wide open spaces and dramatic weather of the Great Plains. But I haven't been camping since that October night in 2019, and I never will again. Some experiences change you in ways that can't be undone, leave you with knowledge that you can never share, and memories that you can never escape. The wilderness is beautiful, magnificent, and alive with wonders beyond human understanding. It's also home to things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear, creatures that remind us that for all our technology and civilization, we are still very small and very vulnerable in a world that holds secrets we were never meant to discover. Danny recovered fully from his injuries and moved to Colorado, where he works as a software engineer and avoids any outdoor activities more strenuous than walking in city parks. We talk occasionally, careful conversations that dance around the edges of shared trauma, without ever approaching the core of what happened to us in those dark woods. Sometimes, on stormy nights, when lightning flickers across the Oklahoma sky, I find myself watching the clouds and wondering what rides the wind currents high above the prairie. I tell myself that what happened to us was an isolated incident, a chance encounter with something rare and reclusive that will never cross human paths again. But deep down, I know better. They're still out there, patient and waiting, watching our small human dramas play out beneath skies that belong to them far more than they belong to us. And sometimes, when the conditions are just right and someone ventures too far from the safety of civilization, they remind us exactly who rules the ancient places of the world. The mountains remember, the forests remember. And somewhere in the storm-torn skies above Oklahoma, creatures older than human memory continue their eternal flight through clouds that hide more secrets than we could ever imagine. God help anyone who stumbles into their domain unprepared. The autumn of 2014 brought an unusual warmth to northeastern Connecticut that lingered well into October. At 32, I had been living in the same rural house for nearly 5 years, and my daily walks with Ranger, my chocolate Labrador, had become as routine as breathing. The dirt road we traveled stretched for exactly 2 miles through dense woodland, connecting my property to the old mill district where time seemed frozen in the 1800s. That particular Tuesday afternoon felt different from the moment I stepped outside. The air hung heavy despite the sunshine, thick with the scent of decomposing leaves and something else I couldn't identify, something metallic and sharp that made my sinuses burn. Ranger trotted beside me with his usual enthusiasm, his tongue lolling as he investigated every roadside scent with scientific precision. The road itself had always possessed an oppressive quality that I attributed to the towering oaks and maples that formed a natural tunnel overhead. Their branches intertwined so thickly that even on the brightest days, the path remained dim and cool. Today, however, the shadows seemed deeper, more substantial, as if they possessed weight and intention. I had walked this route hundreds of times over the years. I knew every pothole, every fallen log, every bend in the path. The familiarity should have been comforting, but instead, it felt like walking through a place that was pretending to be somewhere I knew. The trees looked the same. The curves of the road followed their expected patterns, yet something fundamental had shifted in a way I couldn't articulate. Ranger suddenly stopped. His ears perked forward, nose twitching as he analyzed some invisible signal. His body went rigid, the relaxed panting replaced by alert tension. I followed his gaze toward the tree line, but saw nothing unusual, just the same dense undergrowth of ferns and fallen branches that had always bordered our path. "What is it, boy?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. He remained frozen for nearly 30 seconds before shaking his head and resuming his casual pace, as if whatever had captured his attention had simply vanished. Dogs often detected things beyond human perception. Distant sounds, unfamiliar scents, the approach of other animals. I dismissed the moment and continued walking, though a subtle unease had begun to build in my chest. The silence struck me as we progressed deeper along the road. On previous walks, the woods buzzed with constant activity, squirrels chattering in the branches, insects humming in the underbrush, the occasional crack of a branch as some unseen creature moved through the forest. Today, the only sounds were our footsteps on the packed dirt and Ranger's steady breathing. Even the wind had stilled. The leaves hung motionless on their branches, not even the slightest breeze disturbing their autumn display. It was as if the entire forest held itself in suspension, waiting for some signal that never came. As we approached the halfway point of our usual route, where an ancient stone wall marked the boundary between old property lines, the first bird call reached my ears. The sound cut through the oppressive silence like a blade through fabric. I stopped walking immediately, tilting my head to better locate its source. It came from somewhere to my left, perhaps 50 feet into the woods, a complex sequence of notes unlike anything I had heard before. The call began with a low, warbling trill that rose gradually in pitch before breaking into a series of sharp, staccato clicks. Then came a haunting, descending whistle that seemed to echo longer than physics should have allowed. The entire sequence lasted perhaps 8 seconds, followed by complete silence. I prided myself on my knowledge of local bird species. Growing up in Connecticut, I had developed a passion for ornithology that continued into adulthood. My field guides were dog-eared from use, and I could identify dozens of species by their calls alone. This sound belonged to none of them. Ranger showed no reaction to the call, continuing to sniff at a particularly interesting clump of leaves beside the road. His indifference struck me as odd. Usually, he would at least glance toward any significant sound in the woods. I waited, listening intently for the call to repeat. The silence stretched on for perhaps 2 minutes before the sound came again, this time from what seemed like a slightly different location. The sequence was identical. The same warbling trill, the same staccato clicks, the same impossible echo on the final whistle. My curiosity ignited into something stronger. In 5 years of daily walks, I had cataloged every bird that frequented these woods. The discovery of a new species, or even a rare visitor blown off course during migration, would be genuinely exciting. I scanned the canopy above the presumed source of the call, searching for any movement among the leaves. The third call came after another long pause, and this time I was certain it had moved. The sound now originated from a point at least 20 feet closer to the road, though still well within the tree line. I studied the area carefully, looking for the telltale flutter of wings or the bob of a head among the branches. Nothing. A rational mind would have attributed this to the acoustic properties of the forest. Sounds could be deceptive among trees, bouncing off trunks and being distorted by undergrowth. But something about the precision of the calls bothered me. They came at almost exactly 3-minute intervals, and each time they seemed to have moved precisely the same distance toward the road. The fourth call confirmed my suspicion. The bird, if it was a bird, now called from a position barely 30 feet from where I stood. I should have been able to see it clearly at that distance, yet the woods appeared completely still. No movement in the branches, no rustle of leaves, no flash of feathers catching the filtered sunlight. My fascination began to curdle into something less pleasant. I had been standing motionless on the road for nearly 15 minutes, staring into the woods like a man hypnotized. Ranger had completed his investigation of the leaf pile and now sat patiently beside me, occasionally looking up with the resigned expression of a dog whose human had developed another incomprehensible obsession. The fifth call came from the very edge of the woods, perhaps 15 feet away. At this distance, I should not only have been able to see the creature, but to observe individual feathers and the subtle movements of its head as it vocalized. The fact that I could detect nothing, absolutely nothing, began to feel deliberately insulting. A sixth call followed, and with growing alarm, I realized it had come from behind me. I spun around quickly, scanning the woods on the opposite side of the road. The call had definitely originated from that direction, perhaps 20 feet into the tree line. But that meant whatever was making these sounds had somehow crossed the road without my noticing, an impossibility given how intently I had been watching. Ranger stood and shook himself, apparently deciding our extended pause had gone on long enough. He began walking again, pulling gently against his leash to encourage our continued progress down the road. Part of me wanted to follow his lead, to resume our normal routine and leave this mystery unsolved. But the scientific part of my mind rebelled against that impulse. I had spent years studying bird behavior, migration patterns, and vocalizations. The idea that some species could exist in these woods without my knowledge felt like a personal failure. Every documented discovery began with someone willing to investigate the unexplained. I called out to Ranger to sit and stay, then stepped off the road toward the source of the most recent call. The transition from packed dirt to forest floor felt significant, as if I had crossed some invisible threshold. The temperature dropped noticeably under the canopy, and the quality of light shifted from the warm gold of afternoon sunshine to a greenish twilight filtered through countless leaves. My footsteps on the thick carpet of fallen leaves created more noise than I had expected. Each step produced a complex symphony of cracks, rustles, and crunches that seemed to announce my presence to every creature within 100 yards. If a bird had been calling from this area, my approach should have frightened it into flight, or at least silence. Instead, the call came again, this time from directly ahead of me, perhaps 10 feet away. I froze, scanning the area with microscopic intensity. At this distance, the creature should have been clearly visible. I could see individual twigs, the pattern of bark on nearby trees, the way spider webs caught fragments of sunlight between the branches. Nothing moved, nothing flew. Nothing disturbed even a single leaf. The call repeated from the same location, and for the first time, I began to doubt whether I was actually hearing what I thought I was hearing. The sound seemed to bypass my ears entirely, manifesting directly inside my head like a memory of hearing rather than the act itself. Yet I knew with absolute certainty that it was real, external, and deliberately positioned just beyond my ability to locate its source. I took 3 more steps forward, my eyes burning from the intensity of my scrutiny. A low branch caught my jacket, and the brief tug of fabric against wood startled me more than it should have. My heart rate had elevated significantly, though I couldn't identify why a simple bird call should provoke such a physical response. The next call came from behind me and to the left. I turned again, more slowly this time, and realized I could no longer see the road clearly through the trees. Had I really walked that far into the woods? The distance couldn't have been more than 15 or 20 feet, yet the familiar ribbon of dirt that had guided our walks for 5 years seemed to have vanished entirely. A creeping sensation began at the base of my skull, not quite fear, but its preliminary stages. The feeling of having made a mistake whose consequences had not yet become apparent. I had entered the woods casually, almost thoughtlessly, pursuing what seemed like an innocent mystery. Now surrounded by trees that suddenly seemed taller and more densely packed than they had appeared from the road, I began to question the wisdom of that decision. The bird call came again, and this time I was certain it had moved to yet another location, deeper into the woods and further from the road. The pattern was becoming clear. No matter where I positioned myself, the source of the calls would always be just out of sight, just far enough away to require a few more steps to investigate. For the first time since this began, I considered the possibility that I was being deliberately led somewhere. The thought hit me like a physical blow to the chest. I was being led. The calls weren't random bird vocalizations or even the territorial displays of some unknown species. They were purposeful, calculated, designed to draw me deeper into the woods, step by step. But that was impossible. Birds didn't engage in complex deception. They lacked the cognitive capacity for such elaborate manipulation. Even the most intelligent species, crows, ravens, certain parrots, operated on instinct and simple learned behaviors. The idea that some creature was deliberately guiding my movements through acoustic manipulation bordered on the paranoid. Yet the evidence of my own experience contradicted every rational explanation. The precise timing of the calls, the systematic way they had moved to draw me from the road, the complete absence of any visible source despite optimal viewing conditions, none of it aligned with normal animal behavior. I stood motionless among the trees, suddenly aware of how quiet the forest had become. No insect sounds, no rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, no distant bird calls other than the mysterious sequence that had brought me here. Even the ever-present background noise of modern life, distant traffic, airplane engines, the hum of electrical transformers, seemed to have been muffled into nothing. The silence felt aggressive, like a living thing pressing against my eardrums. In that oppressive quiet, I could hear my own heartbeat, the rush of blood through my veins, the barely audible whistle of air through my nostrils. These internal sounds, normally masked by environmental noise, now seemed unnaturally loud and intrusive. I tried to remember exactly how I had gotten to this position. The sequence of steps that had led me from the road to my current location among the trees felt fuzzy, dreamlike. I remembered the first call, my decision to investigate, the sensation of stepping into the woods. But the specific path I had taken, the precise moment-by-moment progression, seemed to slip away when I tried to focus on it. Looking around, I attempted to identify landmarks that would help me navigate back to the road. That large oak with the distinctive split trunk, had I passed it on my way in? The moss-covered boulder to my right looked familiar, but I couldn't remember whether I had approached it from this angle or another. The forest, which had seemed like a simple extension of my familiar walking route, now revealed itself as a complex maze of similar-looking trees and repeating patterns. The bird call came again, and this time I felt something like vertigo as I realized I couldn't accurately determine its direction. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, as if the trees themselves were producing it through some impossible acoustic phenomenon. I called out Ranger's name, hoping to hear his response and use it to orient myself toward the road. The sound of my own voice startled me, harsh and foreign in the suffocating silence. It seemed to be absorbed by the trees before it could travel more than a few feet, as if the forest was actively suppressing any sound I made. No answering bark came from Ranger. No jingle of his collar tags, no sound of his movement on the road. For the first time, genuine fear began to coalesce in my chest. I had left him sitting at the edge of the road, clearly visible from my position in the woods. At this distance, I should have been able to hear him if he moved or made any sound at all. The possibility that I had wandered much further than I realized began to seem not just likely, but inevitable. Time had become elastic during my pursuit of the calls. What felt like a few minutes of investigation could have been 20 minutes or longer. I could have covered significant ground without realizing it, drawn by the systematic progression of sounds deeper into the woods than I had ever ventured before. Another call echoed through the trees, and I made a conscious decision not to respond to it. Whatever was producing these sounds, bird, animal, or something else entirely, it was not going to lead me any further from safety. I turned in what I hoped was the direction of the road and began walking with determined steps. Within moments, I realized I had no idea which direction I was actually traveling. Every direction looked identical. The forest had transformed from a familiar border along my walking route into an endless repetition of tree trunks, fallen logs, and undergrowth that seemed to shift and rearrange itself when I wasn't looking directly at it. The logical part of my mind insisted this was impossible. I had only walked a short distance from the road, and the woods in this area were neither large nor particularly dense. But logic felt increasingly irrelevant as I pushed through the undergrowth, searching for any sign of the path I had taken to get here. The thick carpet of leaves beneath my feet showed no trace of my passage, as if the forest floor had somehow sealed itself behind me. Even my most recent footprints seemed to have vanished, leaving no evidence that I had ever disturbed this place. I attempted to establish a systematic search pattern, walking in what I hoped was a straight line for 50 steps, before turning and walking perpendicular to my original direction. This grid approach should have led me to the road within minutes, given the relatively small area of woodland between the dirt path and the nearest cleared land. Instead, I found myself deeper in the forest than ever. The trees here were older, larger, their trunks bearing the scarred bark of centuries of growth. Some reached diameters that would have required several people holding hands to encircle. I had never seen trees of this size in the area, and their presence suggested I had somehow traveled much further than seemed possible in the time available. More disturbing than the change in vegetation was the quality of light filtering through the canopy. When I had first entered the woods, the afternoon sun had cast distinct shadows and created patches of bright illumination between the leaves. Now the light seemed diffuse and sourceless, as if it emerged from the air itself rather than from any particular direction. The result was a twilight effect that made it impossible to determine the time of day or even the cardinal directions. My watch provided no help. The face had gone black, as if the battery had died suddenly. I pressed the buttons and tapped the crystal, but the display remained dark. The watch had been working perfectly that morning, and I had charged it just 2 days earlier. Electronic devices sometimes malfunctioned in the woods due to humidity or temperature changes, but the complete failure of the display felt ominous rather than coincidental. The bird call came again, closer than ever before. This time, however, something in the sound had changed. The same sequence of notes continued, the warbling trill, the staccato clicks, the descending whistle, but underneath lay a new element that raised the hair on my arms. A barely audible undertone that sounded disturbingly like laughter. Not human laughter, but something that mimicked the rhythm and cadence of amusement while remaining fundamentally alien. It was as if whatever produced the calls had grown confident enough to reveal a hint of its true nature, secure in the knowledge that I was now too lost to pose any threat to its purposes. I began moving faster, crashing through the underbrush with less regard for stealth or direction. Branches caught at my clothing and scratched my exposed skin, but I pushed forward with increasing desperation. The logical voice in my head continued to insist that I was overreacting, that I was probably still within 100 yards of the road, that my disorientation was temporary, and would resolve itself if I remained calm. But my body knew better. My heart hammered against my ribs with the urgent rhythm of genuine terror. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool temperature under the trees. My breathing became shallow and rapid, as if the air itself had grown thin and inadequate. The calls began coming from multiple directions simultaneously. At first, I thought it might be an echo effect, the original sound bouncing off tree trunks and creating false impressions of multiple sources. But as I listened more carefully, I realized the calls were overlapping, but not identical. The same basic sequence repeated from different positions around me, but with subtle variations in timing and pitch that suggested multiple sources rather than acoustic reflections. This revelation brought with it a crushing understanding. I was surrounded. Whatever had been leading me deeper into the woods was not alone. The systematic progression of calls that had drawn me from the road had been coordinated, planned, executed by multiple entities working in concert. The precision of their movements, the way they had maintained their invisibility while staying just close enough to ensure I would follow, it spoke to an intelligence far beyond anything I was prepared to accept. The laughter in the calls grew more pronounced, and for the first time, I began to run. Running through dense forest while in a state of panic proved to be a special kind of nightmare. Low branches slashed at my face and caught my clothing, forcing me to duck and weave while maintaining forward momentum. Roots hidden beneath the thick layer of leaves sent me stumbling repeatedly, each near fall threatening to send me crashing into the unforgiving trunks that surrounded me. The calls followed my frantic progress, now coming from all directions with increased frequency. The overlapping sequences created a disorienting auditory maze that made it impossible to determine which way might lead to safety. Worse, the sound seemed to anticipate my movements, appearing ahead of me no matter which direction I chose to run. My lungs burned as I gasped for air that felt thick and resistant, as if the atmosphere under the canopy had a different composition than normal air. Each breath required conscious effort, and I found myself growing dizzy from the combination of oxygen deprivation and absolute terror. After what felt like hours but could have been only minutes, I stumbled into a small clearing and stopped, doubling over with my hands on my knees as I struggled to catch my breath. The open space felt like a temporary reprieve, though the circle of trees surrounding it seemed to lean inward like spectators gathering around an arena. In the relative quiet of my exhausted pause, I could hear my own ragged breathing and the thunderous pounding of my heart. But underneath these sounds, something else became audible. A soft rustling that seemed to come from the tree line around the clearing's perimeter. I straightened slowly, every muscle in my body tensed for immediate flight. The rustling continued, a gentle susurrus that suggested movement in the branches above eye level. As I scanned the trees around the clearing, I began to detect subtle shifts in the shadows, dark shapes that moved with deliberate purpose among the leaves. The shapes were too large to be birds, too coordinated to be random wind movement. They maintained positions at roughly equal intervals around the clearing's circumference, as if they had arranged themselves to ensure no escape route remained unwatched. When I focused directly on any single location, the movement would cease, but I could sense it resuming in my peripheral vision the moment I looked away. The bird calls began again, but now they came from directly overhead. The sound rained down from the canopy like an auditory assault, each sequence overlapping with the others until the individual calls merged into a continuous wall of alien noise. The laughter that had been barely detectable before now dominated the sound, harsh and mocking and utterly without warmth. I understood with crystalline clarity that this had been the plan from the beginning. The systematic progression of calls along the road, the careful way I had been led deeper into the woods, the gradual revelation of multiple sources, all of it had been designed to bring me to this clearing. I was exactly where they wanted me to be. The question that remained was, what did they want? As if in response to my unspoken query, the calls suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the cacophony that had preceded it. In that absolute quiet, I could hear the soft rustle of movement in the trees growing closer, descending toward my level. I looked up and saw them clearly for the first time. They weren't birds. They weren't anything that should have existed in the forests of Connecticut or anywhere else on Earth. dark shapes roughly the size of ravens but wrong in every detail, too angular, too purposeful, with appendages that bent in directions that violated basic anatomy. Their surfaces seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating gaps in the canopy that hurt to look at directly. As I watched in paralyzed horror, they began to speak. Not bird calls now, but words. Human words, in voices that almost but not quite managed to sound human. The same phrases repeated from different positions around the clearing, overlapping and echoing until they became a chant. Come closer. Come see. Come know what waits. Come know what watches. Come know what remembers. The voices were individually wrong. Too high in some places, too low in others, with emphasis on syllables that made the words sound like a foreign language poorly translated. But together they created a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to reach directly into my brain and command compliance. My feet began moving forward without my conscious decision. The compulsion to approach the trees felt like someone else was controlling my muscles. Each step required enormous effort to resist, as if I was walking against a powerful current that threatened to sweep me toward the dark shapes waiting in the branches. The chanting voices grew louder as I drew closer, their words blending into a single, overwhelming command that seemed to bypass my conscious mind entirely. Come closer. Come see. Come know. Part of me wanted to obey. The rational part of my brain had long since shut down, overwhelmed by experiences that had no place in any reasonable understanding of reality. What remained was a primitive survival instinct that screamed danger, and something else, a terrible curiosity about what these things actually were and what they wanted from me. I managed to stop walking when I reached the edge of the clearing, perhaps 10 feet from the nearest tree. At this distance, the dark shapes above me resolved into forms that made my stomach lurch with revulsion. They had the general outline of large birds, but their proportions were all wrong. Necks too long, wings too narrow, heads that swiveled with mechanical precision rather than natural movement. Most disturbing were their eyes. Instead of the bright, alert gaze of normal birds, these creatures had eyes like black holes, spheres of absolute darkness that seemed to pull light into them and give nothing back. When they focused on me, I felt as if I was being examined by something that existed outside the normal rules of biology and physics. The chanting stopped abruptly, replaced by a sound I can only describe as breathing, though these things showed no signs of having lungs or any other respiratory system. The breathing came from all directions simultaneously, a rhythmic rush of air that seemed to synchronize with my own panicked gasps. Then one of them spoke in a voice that was almost human, almost familiar. You walk the same path every day. You walk where others walked before. You walk where others learned what we are. The voice belonged to no one I knew, yet something about its cadence and inflection felt hauntingly familiar, as if I was hearing an echo of a conversation from long ago. Other voices joined in, each speaking in the same almost familiar tone. The mill workers walked here. The mill workers learned. The mill workers stayed. The families in the old house walked here. They learned. They stayed. Everyone who walks here learns. Everyone who learns stays. Now you have walked here. Now you will learn. Now you will stay. Understanding crashed over me like ice water. The abandoned foundations I passed on every walk, the old house with its crumbling outhouse, the complete absence of any human habitation in an area that should have supported a thriving community. It all suddenly made horrible sense. People had lived here once. Families, workers, entire communities had called this place home. And then, one by one, they had encountered something in the woods that had changed them, claimed them, incorporated them into itself. The dark shapes in the trees weren't just some unknown species that had evolved in isolation. They were the result of that claiming, the transformed remnants of everyone who had ever been lured into the forest by those impossible bird calls. "What are you?" I whispered, though I was beginning to suspect I already knew the answer. The breathing sound intensified, and when the voices responded, they came in a rush of overlapping words that revealed the awful truth. "We are the miller who heard the calls in 1823. We are his wife who followed him into the trees. We are their children who could not resist the voices. We are the next family, and the next, and the next. We are everyone who walked here and learned what waits. We are what you will become. The dark shapes began descending from the trees with movements that defied gravity, flowing downward like liquid shadow rather than flying or climbing. As they drew closer, I could see details that confirmed my worst fears, fragments of clothing fused with alien anatomy, glimpses of what might once have been human faces stretched and distorted beyond recognition, appendages that suggested arms and legs reshaped into something designed for a different kind of existence. I ran. Terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I crashed through the undergrowth with reckless abandon, no longer caring about direction or destination, focused only on putting distance between myself and the clearing where nightmares had taken physical form. Behind me, I could hear the sound of pursuit, not the rustle of normal creatures moving through forest, but something like wind passing through hollow spaces, accompanied by voices that continued their chant even as they gave chase. Branches tore at my clothing and skin, drawing blood that I barely noticed in my desperation to escape. I vaulted fallen logs and crashed through thickets that would normally have required careful navigation, driven by the absolute certainty that stopping meant joining the collection of transformed souls that had shown me their true nature. The voices followed, growing closer with each passing moment. They seemed to come from the trees themselves now, as if the entire forest had become part of the entity that sought to claim me. The familiar bird calls mixed with human words in a cacophony of sound that threatened to overwhelm my sanity entirely. Just when I thought my strength would fail, when my lungs could no longer process the thick air and my legs could no longer support my weight, I burst through a final line of trees and found myself standing on the dirt road. The transition was so abrupt and complete that I nearly fell from the shock of it. One moment I was trapped in an endless maze of identical trees under perpetual twilight, and the next I stood on the familiar packed earth of the path I had walked countless times before. Afternoon sunlight, bright and warm and absolutely normal, streamed down from a clear sky overhead. Ranger was exactly where I had left him, sitting patiently at the spot where I had commanded him to stay. His tail began wagging the moment he saw me, and he jumped up with the enthusiastic greeting of a dog whose human had been gone for longer than expected. There was no indication that he had heard the pursuit crashing through the woods behind me. No sign that anything unusual had occurred. I turned to look back at the tree line, expecting to see dark shapes emerging in pursuit or at least some evidence of the disturbance I had created during my frantic escape. Instead, I found myself staring at a perfectly normal stretch of New England forest. Sunlight filtered peacefully through the leaves, birds, normal birds, chirped in the branches, and a slight breeze rustled the foliage with gentle, natural sounds. No sign of pursuit, no dark shapes, no voices. My watch was working again, showing that only 40 minutes had passed since we had begun our walk. According to the display, I had been gone from the road for less than 20 minutes, though the experience had felt like hours of navigation through an impossible landscape. I looked down at myself, expecting to find my clothing torn and bloodied from the desperate flight through the underbrush. Instead, my jacket showed only minor scuffs, and the scratches on my hands were superficial, nothing that couldn't have resulted from a casual walk through light brush. The only evidence that anything unusual had occurred was my state of absolute terror and the metallic taste of adrenaline that flooded my mouth. My heart still pounded with the rhythm of fear, and my hands shook as I reached for Ranger's leash. We walked home in silence, Ranger trotting alongside me with his usual contentment, while I struggled to process what had happened. The familiar sights of our route, the stone walls, the old foundations, the abandoned house, now carried sinister implications that I could never again ignore. At home, I immediately began researching the history of the area. Property records, census data, local newspaper archives, anything that might provide information about the families and workers who had once lived along our walking route. What I found confirmed the story the voices had told me in the clearing. The mill had been abandoned suddenly in 1824, its workers and their families simply disappearing without explanation. The old house had been occupied by a series of families. each staying for only a few years before vanishing entirely, leaving behind all their possessions. The last recorded residents had disappeared in 1967, and since then, no one had remained in the area for more than a few months. I never walked that road again. 10 years have passed since that October afternoon, and I still live in the same house, though I've found new routes for my daily walks with Ranger's successor, a golden retriever named Scout. The dirt road remains visible from my windows, and sometimes, especially in the late afternoon when the light creates deep shadows under the trees, I think I can hear faint sounds coming from the woods. Bird calls. Always bird calls. Occasionally, I see other people walking that road, new residents of the area, hikers exploring the rural paths, families out for an afternoon stroll. I've considered warning them, but what would I say? That the woods are inhabited by transformed souls of missing persons. That bird calls can lead you into a place that exists outside normal geography and time. They would think I was insane. Perhaps I am. But sometimes, in the evening quiet, I hear the calls again. The same warbling trill, the same staccato clicks, the same impossible echo on the final whistle. They come from the direction of the old road, faint but unmistakable, carrying on the wind like a message intended specifically for me. They're still there, still waiting, still calling to anyone who might be curious enough to investigate. And sometimes, God help me, I feel the urge to walk out my front door, cross the field, and follow those calls once more into the woods that remember everyone who enters them. The only thing that stops me is the knowledge that this time, I might not find my way back to the road. Or perhaps, more terrifying still, I might not want to. I've always considered myself an experienced hiker. 10 years of backpacking across national parks had hardened me against most wilderness challenges, or so I thought. What happened in the North Cascades would forever change my understanding of fear. The late September air carried the first bite of autumn as I shouldered my pack at the remote trailhead. According to my map, the Hollow Ridge Trail stretched 26 miles through some of the most isolated terrain in Washington state. Few hikers ventured this deep, especially solo, but I'd been planning this trip for months. Weather's turning early this year, the ranger had warned when I registered my itinerary. We've had strange reports from that area. Wildlife acting unusual. Might want to stick to the popular routes. I'd dismissed his concerns with a confident smile. I've handled worse. Besides, I've got my emergency beacon if things go sideways. The trail started innocuously enough, a gentle climb through dense evergreens, the forest floor cushioned with needles that muffled my footsteps. 4 hours in, I reached my first designated camping area beside a small mountain stream. The solitude was exactly what I'd been seeking after months of urban stress. As I set up my tent and gathered wood for a small fire, I noticed unusual tracks in the soft mud near the stream. Too large for a deer, wrong shape for a bear. The impressions were deep, as if whatever made them carried substantial weight, yet the gait pattern seemed almost human. Probably just a moose, I muttered, though I'd never seen a moose in this region before. That night I recorded observations in my journal as flames cast dancing shadows across the clearing. The forest had grown unnaturally quiet. No owls called. No small creatures rustled through underbrush. Even the stream seemed to whisper rather than babble. At 11:47 p.m., a sound cut through the silence, a high, keening wail that wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human. It echoed from the ridge above my campsite, sustained for nearly 30 seconds before abruptly stopping. I doused my fire and retreated into my tent, telling myself it was merely a mountain lion or perhaps a fox. Yet my hand trembled as I zipped the tent closed. I placed my hunting knife within easy reach and tried to sleep with one ear alert to the sounds outside. Around 2 a.m. I jolted awake to heavy footfalls circling my campsite. The steps were deliberate, methodical. Whatever it was large and walked on 2 legs. A bear? Possibly, though black bears rarely approach campsites unless attracted by food. which I'd properly secured in a bear canister 50 yards from my tent. The footsteps paused directly outside my tent. I could hear breathing, slow, heavy breaths. My hand closed around the knife handle as I remained perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. After what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, the presence moved away. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I emerged cautiously. The morning mist clung to the trees, reducing visibility to mere yards. I searched the perimeter of my campsite and found more tracks, the same as before, but fresher, deeper. They circled my tent multiple times before leading back into the forest. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed danger, but pride and stubbornness pushed me forward. I'd planned this 5-day hike meticulously. Whatever wildlife was out there, I reasoned, I could handle it with proper precautions. By midday, I'd reached a stunning alpine meadow dotted with late-season wildflowers. The beauty temporarily eased my apprehension. Then I spotted something that stopped me cold, a crude arrangement of stones forming what appeared to be an arrow, pointing deeper into the wilderness, in the exact direction I was headed. Probably left by other hikers, I reasoned, though the formation seemed fresh, with disturbed earth around the stones suggesting recent placement. I photographed it, an uneasy feeling settling in my stomach as I continued along the trail. That afternoon, I encountered the first physical evidence that something was truly wrong. Hanging from a branch at eye level was a small bundle of twigs bound with what looked like sinew, forming an intricate pattern I didn't recognize. Native American craftsmanship, perhaps? But why here, suspended over the trail? I left it untouched and pressed on, increasingly aware of a sensation I couldn't shake, the feeling of being watched. The second day dawned with heavy fog that refused to burn off as the morning progressed. Visibility remained limited to 20 feet in any direction, transforming familiar shapes into looming spectral forms. I broke camp early, eager to reach my next destination, a high alpine lake where I hoped the open terrain might provide some comfort after the claustrophobic forest. The silence that had descended the previous evening persisted. No birdsong accompanied my hike, no insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, creating an acoustic dead zone that amplified every snap of twigs beneath my boots. 4 miles into the day's journey, I discovered the first unmistakable sign that I wasn't alone. A perfect outline of a handprint pressed into the mud of the trail, except the proportions were wrong. The fingers too long, the palm too narrow. The impression was deep, as if made by something of considerable weight. I photographed it, using my compass for scale. The print measured nearly 14 inches from wrist to fingertip. Just someone playing a prank, I muttered, though the rationalization felt hollow even as I spoke it. The remoteness of this trail made such an explanation increasingly implausible. By midday, the fog had thickened rather than dissipated. The trail steepened as it ascended toward the ridge that would eventually lead to the alpine lake. My breaths came in labored gasps, not just from exertion, but from a growing sense of dread. I paused to check my GPS. According to the device, I was on course, but something felt wrong. The trail seemed less defined than my topographical map suggested it should be, had I veered onto a game path. As I studied the screen, a sound echoed through the fog, a rhythmic clicking noise like stones being struck together. It came from somewhere to my left, perhaps 100 yards away, then another answering series of clicks from the right. I switched off my headlamp, suddenly aware that I was potentially being triangulated. The clicks continued, moving positions, drawing closer. I abandoned the trail, scrambling uphill through dense underbrush, fighting to control my breathing as branches clawed at my face and clothing. After 20 minutes of frantic climbing, I found myself atop a rocky outcrop that offered some protection, approachable from only one direction. I unslung my pack and retrieved my emergency satellite communicator. No signal. The steep terrain and heavy cloud cover were blocking transmission. I would need higher ground or clearer skies. From my vantage point, I surveyed what little I could see of the surrounding forest. Nothing moved in the fog. The clicking had stopped, yet the silence felt expectant, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I decided to wait. Night travel in these conditions would be suicidal. As daylight faded, I arranged rocks to create a small windbreak but didn't risk a fire. The fog had begun to take on an amber hue in the sunset, creating disorienting pools of light between the trees below. That's when I saw it, a figure moving through the mist. Tall, impossibly tall, with a gait that seemed off somehow. It paused at the base of my outcrop, head tilted upward as if sensing my presence. Though the fog obscured details, I could make out the general silhouette, humanoid but wrong in subtle, disturbing ways. I pressed myself flat against the rock, pulse hammering in my ears. The figure remained motionless for nearly 10 minutes before moving on, disappearing into the fog with unsettling silence despite its size. Once certain it had gone, I retrieved my journal with shaking hands. Day 2. Observed bipedal figure approx. 7-8 feet tall, not bare. Movement pattern inconsistent with known wildlife. Clicking sounds may be method of communication or echolocation. Current hypothesis: unknown human inhabitants with territorial aggression. Alternative explanation: severe stress-induced hallucination. No evidence to support latter yet. As night settled fully, temperatures plummeted. I huddled in my sleeping bag, back pressed against rock, knife in hand. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by sounds that penetrated even my exhaustion. Rustling movement circling the base of my outcrop, occasional clicks, and once, a low vocalization that approximated my name with terrifying accuracy. Dawn revealed more strange arrangements. Small piles of stones had been placed at regular intervals around the base of my outcrop, forming a perfect circle. Each pile consisted of exactly 3 stones, balanced precariously atop one another. More disturbing were the tracks, the same elongated footprints I'd seen before, but now they spiraled around my position, growing closer with each circuit until they stopped precisely at the spot where climbing access would be easiest. Whatever was out there had spent the night systematically analyzing how to reach me. I gathered my gear with mechanical efficiency, mind racing through options. Continuing to my planned destination seemed foolhardy, but backtracking meant potentially encountering whatever had been stalking me. The third option, attempting to contact emergency services, required higher ground and clear skies. I chose the ridgeline. From there, I might get satellite reception and, if necessary, visibility to signal aircraft. The fog began to thin as I climbed, offering momentary glimpses of the vast wilderness surrounding me. During one such break in the white blanket, I spotted something that froze my blood. A figure standing on a distant ridge, watching me. Even at that distance, I could sense its unnatural stillness, its patient observation. It raised one elongated arm, pointing directly at me before disappearing as fog closed in again. By mid-afternoon of the third day, I'd abandoned my original route entirely. My goal now was simply to reach the fire lookout tower marked on my map, approximately 11 miles northeast of my position. The tower would offer shelter, potential communication equipment, and defensible position. The weather worsened as I pushed through increasingly difficult terrain. Light rain began to fall, turning the ground treacherous. Thunder rumbled in the distance. A storm was approaching. I needed shelter before nightfall. I checked my satellite communicator hourly. Still no signal. My cell phone remained useless. No service had been available since I'd left the trailhead 3 days ago. Around 4 p.m., I found a natural rock overhang that would provide some protection from the elements. It wasn't ideal. The space was confined, with only one entrance and exit. But the approaching storm left me little choice. As I established my makeshift camp, I noticed unusual markings etched into the rock wall of the overhang. They resembled primitive petroglyphs, stick figures in various poses, some appearing to be running, others lying horizontal. One larger figure stood among them, disproportionately tall with elongated limbs. I traced the markings with my fingers. They weren't ancient. The cuts were relatively fresh, perhaps made within the past year. The implications disturbed me deeply. Either someone was creating fake petroglyphs to frighten hikers, or something inhabiting these woods was intelligent enough to create symbolic representations. The storm arrived with furious intensity. Lightning illuminated the landscape in strobing flashes, revealing momentary tableaus of the forest. During one such flash, I glimpsed a figure at the tree line, approximately 50 yards from my shelter. Tall, gaunt, motionless despite the driving rain. I retreated deeper into the overhang, using my pack as a partial barrier across the entrance. The next lightning flash showed nothing but empty forest. Had it moved? Had I imagined it entirely? The rational part of my mind fought to maintain control. Isolation and stress could induce paranoia, even hallucinations. Perhaps I was experiencing the early stages of hypothermia, though my core temperature seemed normal. Maybe toxic mold spores in this damp environment were causing cognitive impairment. I documented these possibilities in my journal, the act of writing helping to calm my racing thoughts. Scientific observation and documentation had always been my method for processing fear. At 8:37 p.m., as noted in my journal, the first truly inexplicable event occurred. The storm had temporarily abated, leaving steady rainfall in its wake. From somewhere in the darkened forest came a sound that still haunts me. My own voice, played back with perfect fidelity. Probably just a moose. It was my exact words from the first day, my exact intonation. Then, silence. Minutes later, another phrase in my voice. I've handled worse. The implications were terrifying. Something had been close enough to hear me speak, possessed sufficient intelligence to remember specific phrases, and could mimic human speech with perfect accuracy. I spent the remainder of the night in a state of hypervigilance, recording each occurrence in my journal. 10:13 p.m. Voice mimicry. Weather's turning early this year. 11:47 p.m. Voice mimicry. Probably left by other hikers. 1:22 a.m. Scratching sounds outside overhang. Duration 3 minutes. 2:16 a.m. Voice mimicry. I've got my emergency beacon if things go sideways. Each phrase represented something I'd said aloud during my journey. The entity was revealing not only its presence throughout my trip, but its deliberate observation and cataloging of my words. By morning, the rain had stopped. Exhaustion clouded my judgment, but one thing was clear. I needed to reach civilization. The fire lookout tower remained my best option. As I gathered my gear, I noticed something that hadn't been visible in the darkness. A small arrangement of twigs and leaves placed just outside the overhang. It resembled a crude human figure, bound together with what appeared to be hair. I photographed it but left it untouched. My hands shook as I shouldered my pack. The forest seemed different in the aftermath of the storm, quieter, more watchful. The sense of being observed intensified with each step I took. Periodically, I heard mimicked phrases from my own past conversations, always from different directions, always just beyond visual range. It was hurting me. The realization struck with horrifying clarity. Whatever stalked me was intelligent enough to use psychological warfare to understand how to manipulate my movements. The mimicry from multiple directions created the impression of multiple entities, heightening my fear and disorientation. By midday, I'd covered only 4 miles of the 11 separating me from the lookout tower. The constant vigilance, lack of sleep, and stress had taken their toll. I found myself checking my 6 every few steps, jumping at ordinary forest sounds, second-guessing my navigation. When I stopped to filter water from a small stream, I noticed fresh tracks on the opposite bank, the same elongated footprints, but now accompanied by something new. Parallel to the footprints ran a continuous line, as if something was being dragged. I didn't want to consider what that something might be. As I photographed the tracks, a reflection in the water caught my attention. Something was behind me. I whirled, nearly losing my balance on the slick rocks. Nothing visible, yet when I turned back to the stream, the reflection showed a tall figure standing directly behind me, its features indistinct except for eyes that reflected light like a nocturnal animal's. I scrambled backwards, boots slipping on wet stones, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might rupture. Again, nothing was physically present, yet the reflection remained in the water, the figure now tilting its head in an almost curious gesture. Was I hallucinating? Had lack of sleep finally broken my perception of reality? I backed away from the stream, unable to tear my eyes from that impossible reflection. Only when I'd retreated 15 yards did the water show only sky and trees again. I ran. Blind panic overrode training and experience. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to buckle, crashing through underbrush with no regard for the noise I created or the trail I was supposed to follow. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I realized with horror that I'd lost my orientation completely. The dense tree cover prevented me from using the sun to establish direction. My frantic flight had taken me off any established trail. I was lost. Night fell with cruel swiftness. After hours of attempting to reorient myself using topographical features and my compass, I'd made minimal progress toward the fire lookout tower. The forest seemed to actively resist my efforts, leading me in circles despite my best navigational techniques. I found myself in a small clearing as darkness descended fully. With no better options, I established camp, though camp was a generous description for my huddled form beneath a hastily erected tarp. I didn't dare light a fire. The beacon that might guide rescuers would also guide whatever hunted me. The temperature dropped rapidly. My breath formed visible clouds in the beam of my headlamp. The battery indicator showed less than 30% remaining. I would need to conserve power. At 9:42 p.m., the clicking sounds returned. They came from the darkness beyond my small circle of light, moving in patterns that suggested multiple sources. I dimmed my lamp to its lowest setting and retrieved my hunting knife. "I know you're there," I called out, surprising myself with the steadiness of my voice. "What do you want?" Silence answered me. Then softly, my own voice echoed back. "What do you want?" I'd made a tactical error. Now it had a new phrase to mimic. The clicking intensified, now accompanied by a sound like branches breaking, deliberate methodical destructions creating a perimeter of noise around my position. I recognized the strategy with growing dread. Psychological intimidation through sound. My training asserted itself through the fog of fear. I needed to document everything, to maintain some semblance of scientific observation. I retrieved my journal and began recording entries by the dim light. Day 4, 2217. Auditory intimidation tactics continuing. Species demonstrates understanding of psychological warfare. Current hypothesis. Territorial display meant to drive intruder, me, away without direct confrontation. As I wrote those words, attempting to frame my terror within the comfortable boundaries of scientific analysis, a new sound emerged from the darkness. A low, guttural vocalization unlike anything in my catalog of North American wildlife. It began as a rumble, building to a ululating call that raised the hair on my arms. The journal entry continued. 2226. Vocalization unlike known wildlife. Closest analog, combination of elk bugle and human voice. Possible meaning, warning or challenge. Temperature dropping rapidly. Estimated current, 28-degree bursts. The cold was becoming dangerous. My fingers had grown numb, making writing difficult. I needed to conserve body heat, but the tarp provided minimal insulation. Moving location in darkness would be suicidal. At 11:13 p.m., the forest fell suddenly, completely silent. The clicking stopped. The vocalization ceased. Even the natural ambient sounds, insects, wind through branches disappeared, creating an acoustic vacuum that pressed against my eardrums like physical pressure. Something was approaching. I extinguished my light completely. In the absolute darkness, my other senses heightened. I could smell a musky odor, similar to wet fur, but with underlying notes that triggered primitive revulsion. I could hear deliberate footsteps crushing the undergrowth, moving with slow confidence. My hand tightened around the knife handle, though I harbored no illusions about its effectiveness against whatever approached. The footsteps stopped approximately 15 feet from my position. I held my breath, straining to penetrate the darkness. Nothing was visible, yet I could feel its presence. A density in the darkness, a displacement of air that suggested substantial mass. For nearly 20 minutes we remained in this standoff, me frozen beneath my inadequate shelter, it standing motionless in the darkness. Then, with meticulous precision, it began circling my position, each footfall deliberately placed, never approaching closer than that 15-foot perimeter. Was it assessing me? Trying to provoke movement? The methodical nature of its behavior suggested intelligence rather than instinct. At approximately midnight, clouds parted briefly, allowing moonlight to filter through the canopy. In that moment of illumination, I caught my first clear glimpse of what had been stalking me. It stood at the edge of the clearing, a figure that approximated human form, but deviated in crucial ways. The proportions were wrong. Limbs too long, torso too narrow. Its height exceeded 7 feet, possibly approaching 8. The moonlight revealed a gaunt frame covered not with fur, but with what appeared to be tattered clothing and strips of material I couldn't identify. Its face remained in shadow, but I could see its eyes. Reflective yellow orbs that caught the moonlight like a nocturnal predator's. It knew I could see it now. It raised one elongated arm, pointing directly at me with a hand that featured unnaturally long fingers. The gesture carried unmistakable meaning, acknowledgement. Then clouds obscured the moon again, plunging the clearing back into darkness. When my vision readjusted, I could detect movement. It was retreating into the forest. I remained motionless for hours, unsure whether its departure was genuine or a tactical withdrawal. Dawn found me still clutching the knife, muscles cramped from maintaining the same defensive posture through the night. As light gradually illuminated the clearing, I discovered evidence of the encounter. A perfect circle of broken branches surrounding my position, each snapped at precisely the same height and turned to point inward like accusing fingers. Most disturbing was what I found directly at the spot where the entity had stood during our moonlit confrontation. A small bundle containing a strip of weathered leather, 3 unusual black feathers, and what appeared to be a human tooth yellowed with age. I photographed the arrangement before carefully packing the items as evidence. My hands trembled not just from cold, but from the implications. The bundle represented communication, a deliberate message I couldn't decode but instinctively recognized as significant. With daylight providing some security, I assessed my situation with brutal honesty. I was lost, my supplies running low, and being stalked by something that demonstrated both intelligence and territorial aggression. My satellite communicator remained unable to acquire signal, and my physical condition was deteriorating from stress and exposure. I had 2 options: continue searching for the fire lookout tower or attempt to backtrack to the main trail. Neither guaranteed safety, but movement offered better odds than remaining stationary. I chose to pursue higher ground, hoping to establish satellite communication. With determined focus, I consulted my topographical map and compass, plotted the most direct route to elevated terrain, and began what I hoped would not be my final journey through Wendigo Woods. The 5th day broke with unexpected clarity, both in sky and thought. Exhaustion had pushed me beyond fear into a state of hyper-focused calm. I would survive this encounter. I would document it. I would ensure others knew what existed in these remote woods. My first priority remained establishing communication. I ascended steadily through increasingly sparse forest toward a rocky outcropping that promised unobstructed sky access. My satellite communicator showed its first hints of connectivity, a single bar flickering in and out as I gained elevation. The entity continued to shadow my progress, though it maintained greater distance than before. Occasionally I glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision or heard mimicked phrases from previous days. It seemed content to observe rather than confront, perhaps curious about my destination or waiting for me to reach a predetermined location. By mid-morning, I'd gained nearly 2,000 feet of elevation. The trees thinned, giving way to alpine meadow dotted with boulder fields. I paused at a prominent rock formation to check my communicator again. 2 bars now, stable enough to attempt transmission. I composed a brief message to emergency services, SOS, stalked by unknown entity in North Cascades. Position, GPS coordinates. Require immediate evacuation. Situation, life-threatening. As I waited for confirmation of transmission, I noticed something odd about the boulder formation. The rocks weren't naturally arranged, but had been deliberately positioned to form a crude semicircle facing east. At the center lay an arrangement of bones, bleached white by exposure, most appearing to be from large mammals, deer or elk, but some disturbingly similar to human. The communicator chimed, confirming my message had been sent. Relief washed through me, tempered by the knowledge that rescue remained hours away at minimum. I documented the bone arrangement with my camera, maintaining scientific detachment despite the implications. This was a ritual site of some kind, perhaps explaining why the entity had seemed to herd me in this direction. The back of my neck prickled with the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I turned slowly to find the entity standing at the meadow's edge, partially obscured by the last line of trees. In daylight, details I'd missed in our moonlit encounter became apparent. It wore what appeared to be heavily weathered clothing, tattered fragments of what might once have been outdoor gear, supplemented with crude additions made from animal hide and plant materials. Its limbs were indeed disproportionately long, though whether from natural structure or deliberate modification was unclear. Its face remained the most disturbing aspect, gaunt to the point of emaciation, with pronounced cheekbones and deep-set eyes that reflected light unnaturally. What had initially appeared to be a skull-like visage revealed itself as an intricate mask constructed from what looked horribly like preserved human skin stretched over some underlying framework. We regarded each other across 50 yards of open meadow, neither advancing nor retreating. A standoff between species, one documented, one existing outside scientific classification. "What are you?" I called, voice steady despite my racing heart. It tilted its head at the sound, then straightened to its full height, easily 7.5 feet. With deliberate movements, it raised both arms outward in what might have been a gesture of display or greeting. Then it spoke, not in mimicry, but in a voice uniquely its own, a rasping sound that approximated English with disturbing accuracy. Protector, Watcher, Wendigo. The word hung in the clear mountain air between us. Wendigo, the malevolent spirit of Algonquian folklore, the cannibalistic entity that possessed humans who had committed the taboo of consuming human flesh during winter famine. But this was no spirit. Whatever stood before me existed in physical form, subject to natural law despite its unnatural appearance. A human transformed by isolation and extremity, a previously undocumented hominid species, or something that defied conventional classification entirely. The entity, I couldn't bring myself to use the folkloric term even in thought, lowered its arms and took a single step forward. I maintained my position, understanding instinctively that showing fear would be disastrous. "This place, sacred," it continued, gesturing to the stone arrangement. "You, trespasser." Its command of language suggested intelligence comparable to human cognition, though its syntax was fragmented. Communication might be possible. "I'm lost," I replied, keeping my voice even. "I mean no disrespect to sacred places. I'm trying to return to my world." The entity processed this, head tilting again in that unsettlingly bird-like manner. "Others, before you, take, destroy." It gestured to the surrounding wilderness. "We, protect." A territorial imperative, then, not mere aggression, but defensive behavior against perceived threats to habitat. The psychological warfare tactics, the intimidation displays, the herding behavior, all designed to drive intruders away without direct confrontation. "I understand," I said, choosing words carefully. "I won't harm this place. I've called for help. People will come for me soon. We'll leave your territory." At the mention of people, the entity stiffened visibly. Its next words emerged as a guttural growl. "More come, always more. Take, kill." It advanced another step, elongated fingers flexing in what could only be interpreted as preparation for attack. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. My satellite communicator chimed, an incoming message. Without taking my eyes from the entity, I checked the screen. Message received. Helicopter dispatched. ETA your position 45 minutes. Deploy emergency flare if able. Maintain current coordinates. 45 minutes. I needed to de-escalate this confrontation and maintain position until rescue arrived. "Listen to me," I said, raising my empty hands to show I held no weapons. "I respect your territory. I'll tell others to stay away from these sacred places. But you must let me leave peacefully." The entity paused, yellow eyes fixed on me with predatory intensity. Then, with alarming swiftness, it closed half the distance between us, moving with a gait that combined bipedal locomotion with occasional ground touches using its elongated arms. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed for flight. Running would trigger pursuit. I knew this with evolutionary certainty. At 20 feet away, it stopped again, now close enough that I could smell the musky odor emanating from it. Not the stench of decay I might have expected, but something more complex, like petrichor, mixed with animal musk and medicinal herbs. "You, different," it said, studying me with unsettling intensity. "Others, fear, run, fight." It tapped its chest with one long finger. "You, see, understand." Was it recognizing my scientific observation, my attempts to comprehend rather than merely react? Perhaps my documentation efforts had registered as something beyond the typical human response to territory violation. "I'm a scientist," I explained, gesturing to my camera and journal visible in my open pack. "I study, I learn, I don't destroy." The entity processed this information, head movements suggesting internal deliberation. Then it reached into what appeared to be a crude pouch at its side and withdrew something small, extending its arm toward me in apparent offering. I hesitated, aware of the risk, but equally aware that rejection might trigger aggression. Slowly I approached, stopping within arm's reach of the entity. It stood nearly 2 feet taller than me, its masked face unreadable, except for those reflective eyes. It dropped the item into my outstretched palm. A small carving made from antler or bone, depicting a stylized human figure with arms raised. The craftsmanship was intricate, suggesting developed artistic capability. "Remember," it said, the word carrying unmistakable weight. In the distance, I heard the faint thrum of helicopter rotors. The entity heard it too, head snapping toward the sound with predatory alertness. Without another word, it retreated with startling speed, disappearing into the tree line with movement too fluid for its ungainly proportions. I clutched the carving, its significance unclear but its message undeniable. I had been marked, remembered, perhaps even respected in some inscrutable way. The helicopter appeared 10 minutes later, hovering over the meadow before setting down 50 yards from my position. 2 search and rescue personnel approached, expressions registering concern at my disheveled state. "Are you injured?" the first rescuer shouted over the rotor noise. I shook my head, still processing the encounter that defied conventional explanation. "What happened out here?" the second asked, scanning the tree line nervously. "Your message mentioned being stalked." I opened my palm, revealing the small carved figure, evidence of an encounter that would challenge scientific understanding if properly documented. "Something exists in these woods," I said, voice steady despite everything. "Something that science hasn't classified, something that wants to be left alone." They exchanged glances that clearly questioned my mental state after 5 days of isolation. "Let's get you to safety," the first rescuer said diplomatically. "You can tell us everything once you're treated for exposure." As they led me to the helicopter, I looked back at the forest one final time. There, at the precise edge where meadow met wilderness, the entity stood in plain view, visible to me but positioned just beyond the sightline of my rescuers. It raised one hand in what might have been farewell or warning. Then it was gone, melting into the shadows it called home. The helicopter lifted off, carrying me back to the world of scientific certainty and rational explanation. In my pack lay evidence few would believe: photographs, journal entries, the small carved figure, and the bundle of feathers, leather, and ancient tooth. I knew with absolute certainty that my academic reputation would suffer once I presented my findings. Skepticism, ridicule, and accusations of hoax or delusion would follow. Yet the truth demanded documentation, regardless of personal cost. Whatever existed in those remote woods, whatever identity it claimed for itself, represented either an undocumented humanoid species or human adaptation so extreme it challenged our understanding of our own capabilities. As the wilderness receded beneath the helicopter, I made a silent promise to the entity that had chosen communication over elimination when it held my life in its elongated hands. I would tell its story with scientific integrity. I would protect its territory through education rather than exploitation. The carving pressed into my palm, a physical reminder that some mysteries remain unsolved, not because they don't exist, but because they exist beyond our willingness to see.